That's a very simple way of doing it.
Yeah.
Or I shouldn't even be able to see my friend. You mean why the mirror specifically?
Well, so you can see it.
Yeah, we're specifically talking about a mirror because that's going to be reflecting light. Now, the law of reflection is very specific. You're going to have that object directly in front of you to see the reflection, dude. So it's just very specific. It's what people do with surveying when they send like a spectrum of light, like a laser. Some of the devices that the target is a mirror, usually pointed at some kind of like 45-degree angle or something. So the laser hits at a direct line of sight, and based on the law of reflection, the angle of incidence, they can get a true reading of its location and its level and blah, blah, blah. So this is just a really primitive form of doing that. I've seen like a reflection.
Then there's those long distance observations where if you climb up a mountain, for example, and then see what landmarks you recognize, and then you do your Google Earth, work out your altitude, the observation height, that would be your altitude on the mountain, and then then you pump in the Earth's curvature calculator. Two models exist. One which is at sea level, where you just give a distance and it gives you the curvature distance. That would be at sea level. Then there's another model which requires your observation height, where you pump that in, and then the distance, and then it gives you the curvature that you want. Okay? So there's another means without having to go too elaborate with balloons and that. Okay?
Balloons really that expensive.
Distances. Sorry?
Are balloons really that expensive once they can go?
Well, you go that route. I mean, I'm looking at balloons, camera equipment, lenses. Yeah.
Hey, looking at a few grand, buddy. I think the balloons they start upward at like $800 USD.
Well, that's still a lot of money. Still a lot of money to put out. $800.
And then
This is going to blow everyone's mind, and it's going to be a right downer on the balloon idea. Okay, so a balloon is not going to get 130,000 feet. You're going to be lucky if you get a balloon into the stratosphere. Now, we're told this altitude, right? We shouldn't be able to perceive the curvature of the Earth because mathematically it would still appear as a horizontal line. We're not far enough away. This has already been contested in the media, right? High altitude balloon jump, about 10 years ago, Felix Baumgartner. He was lambasted on national TV by Neil deGrasse Tyson. Right, Neil deGrasse Tyson, we all know who he is, Star Talk, scientific communicator. You shouldn't see the curvature of the Earth from that height. He was at about 120,000 feet, for example. So when the math is applied to the altitude of the observer, the horizon would not have a perceivable rate of change of slope from that altitude. You would have to be, and this is again one of those things we should really pay attention to, further away than the International Space Station. The International Space Station is 2.5–3% above the surface of the Earth, and that's still 250 miles? Is it 300, something like that?
Yeah, 250 odd miles, and you would need to go at least 6,000 miles. At least 6,000 miles.
And we're talking about a balloon that could potentially get 100 kilometers in the sky. Mathematically, you shouldn't even see the curvature if it. That's the point.
Yeah. And then the lens that Felix Baumgartner used facilitated curvature as well. And that's what Neil deGrasse Tyson says. Okay, he used a lens that curves what it looks at. So there you are. And he was 24 miles. He was only 24 miles from the Earth's surface.
That's a really good example, sorry to interrupt, Jin, of a lens curving a horizontal line, because we were lucky enough to see Felix Baumgartner in his gondola from multiple different camera angles using different lenses. In one lens, I think it was outside, you see the curvature of the Earth, it's so pronounced. In one of the other lenses that's on a screen inside the capsule, that's a horizontal line. So you've got two different lenses showing a completely different horizon within the same footage and jump. It's crazy stuff, right? But it just goes to show that, yeah, you're going to curve a horizontal line with a lens.
Yeah. So the balloon thing, I think, is going to be expensive, time-consuming as well. Is it going to be accurate? Your lenses, you've got to do a lot of work to ensure the integrity of what you're trying to observe. But I think measuring is more accurate and less expensive, and you're on the surface anyway. Very convenient. It's right there, isn't it, under your feet? But it has to be done. That's how. It's not about believing anything. It's about confirming, validating, and ensuring that you know. Because once you've measured it and you found out that it's horizontal, it's not curving. That's knowledge. It's not belief no more. Won't be a belief anymore. You can actually say you know.
You guys have done these experiments yourself?
I've done mine myself. Yeah, I've done several long distance observations. I've also done flight, for example. I've travelled quite a number of places, and one of the longest ones was like from England, Heathrow to Japan, for example. That's 6,000 miles. I've also travelled from Japan to Hawaii, and from Japan to Los Angeles, for example. Right now, these distances again should prove that curvature is there, because an aeroplane flying over an oblate spheroid has to follow the curvature of the Earth. That would mean a curved trajectory, not a horizontal one. But yet, the aeroplane for 9.5 hours, 6,000 miles. That's 10,000 kilometers, was a horizontal flight all the way, right? That would be impossible on a globe. You cannot be flying horizontal on a globe ball, because the curvature that I should have experienced would have been 3,740.47 miles of curvature over 6,000 miles. It wasn't there. And then we have in-flight telemetry data coming from the black box, which is actually an orange box that records the whole flight, the characteristics of the flight from start to finish, shows that aeroplanes are flying horizontal across the Earth. They're not flying in a curved trajectory, which is what they would be if they're on a globe. So there are many ways to prove this, and that's another method there that I used, aeroplanes. And the same with ships as well.
How did you have access to this telemetry? It's your own plane?
Oh, this is, I've forgotten, is it the FIA or whatever it's FAA. It's available to the public. They have lots of flight data that's you can choose from. Yeah.
What was that? FIAA?
And I think it's FAA or something like that. I've forgotten the organisation by which you can get this, but I can put in the side chat one data from a Boeing 777 that was involved in an incident whereby the jet turbine blade sheared off, wrecking the engine, and thanks to the speedy reaction of the pilot, managed to switch that engine off. Boom, the engine's off, and returned back to Honolulu. All that lasted 2 hours, and the in-flight telemetry data recorded the plane flying horizontally all the way back to Honolulu. So I think it was on its way. Where was it headed? I can't remember where it was headed now, but yeah. I'll give you that data in just a few seconds. Because that we do have that. Just bear with me for a sec.
And just a separate question. So when you said that if we travel north, it's akin to traveling, around the circumference, or whatever, in different radiuses. Are you saying that our compasses are tuned to point at the middle of the circle? Essentially,
No.
that has to be the case.
No. Magnetic north is different from geographic. Compasses follow field lines, and the field lines don't always point to its magnetic north or to geographic north. You have to do something called a declination correction to correct from your location based on the waviness of that electromagnetic field line that the compass follows. So magnetic north moves, for example, is currently moving towards Siberia. It was in Canada about 20 years ago, but that place moves. Geographic north, that's different to magnetic north. Geographic north is based upon the point on the Earth directly underneath the celestial rotation. That's celestial north. So magnetic north and geographic north aren't the same thing, before you get confused. Which you probably are now.
Yeah, I'm looking it up. I need to understand how. I need to understand now how electro.
Yeah, you need to understand a lot of things. It's a lot. It's a lot.
Hey Jedi,
Especially the way. Sorry, Chimsy.
Just to the point of geographical north, isn't geographical north on the map, like the grid lines merge to a point?
It's grid north.
That's grid north, right? But isn't that labeled geographical north though?
I know there's about 7 different norths, dude. So maybe
it's called True North on the Ordnance Survey maps.
That's it.
I used in the
True
army.
North.
It was called True North. Yeah.
Because the the one that you described, the 90 degrees below Polaris, the ground position might be another north, but I'm not 100% sure if that one is the one that is on the map as north, as the geographical. But yeah, there's a bunch of norths. Yeah, you're right. There's a bunch of norths. So
yeah. In the army, we're interested in. Sorry, Jedi.
No, you're
in
fine.
the army, we're interested in two. So we've got the magnetic north, true north. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the only point I was going to bring up about is about right. So, by what means are they getting utilizing?
You cutting out, John. That's probably why I jump over you, because you're shoppy.
Oh, okay, no problem.
It sounds like you're driving. Is it choppy only for me or for everybody else?
Yeah, the same for me as well.
Yeah. I thought I heard him, but then I didn't hear him, and then I started speaking, and then I heard him again.
Yeah, and the other terminology, grid north, that was often used as well, grid north. So yeah, meaning true north.
It's the same with the south. There's like 5 different norths. I mean, 5 different souths.
In the south, 5 different norths. I'm well lost.
All right, just
No.
make sure we all understand. I asked AI, so true north and geographic north are the same thing. However, neither is the same as magnetic north, which is
That's right.
which is what the compass points to. True or geographic north is a fixed point a fixed point at the Earth's north pole, while magnetic north is a wandering point determined by Earth's magnetic field.
Yeah. That's why they say
Essentially,
true north.
What I'm trying to
Nice.
understand is what do the parameters have to look like to create such a field? That's what I'm trying to figure out now. Like, because I mean, we know how fields work like locally, right? So we just have to. I don't know. So I'm looking up.
I mean, that will be speculation, and it's good that it's Sunday, and that might be in relation to celestial north, because that's another thing called celestial north. That's another north.
Mm-hmm.
So the celestial north cannot do like a tilt, and there might be some type of relationship between whatever is up there causing some type of people say toroidal or some phenomena. That might be a phenomena that is happening between the heavens above and the ground below it, the earth, and that effect is moving across the land and called magnetic north. There might be some tilting to that phenomena that is up in the sky, and that's speculation, but there's something to it. What is causing the magnetic north to move? Yeah, that's a good question, but it's not the Earth because the Earth is not in motion. Might be some effect within the luminaries.
No, but my question is, how do you know that the magnetic north is moving? Like
Because we measure its movement. It's tracked over time. It's something that we must take account for because we use it for navigation. It's navigational, for example. So we have to make corrections for it because of its predicted motion over time. Sometimes its predicted motion doesn't actually fit its true motion, for example, the speed that it moves. So it has to be constantly reevaluated and measured. Because, like I said, we rely on this to aviate and navigate, for example. So it's measured to move, dude.
But if it's clear as day, why aren't all like pilots? Why aren't they all like fucking asking questions and
what that the magnetic pole is moving?
In this specific way that you're describing, this like that the world is flat and essentially.
The magnetic field lines are moving, the poles move. We've been told for years that the poles are even going to flip. So I don't think anybody's going to be questioning its movement, being as we talk about it all the time.
I just don't. Yeah, I don't fully understand like how magnetic fields work. Be able to like confirm or dispute.
You can't cause magnetic fields with molten iron and nickel metal. That's for sure. Metals have a temperature that when they breach that temperature, they stay in coherence, which is the structural integrity to maintain an electromagnetic field or to produce one. So at a certain temperature, things like iron. They lose the ability to hold magnetic charges. We're told that the temperature of the Earth is extremely high, well beyond any Curie point, which is the threshold for metals to sustain a magnetic field. So I don't think it's that.
Might be this phenomena happening in the medium between heaven and earth, between the structures of the ground and the heavens above, which is also structural. That's mechanism. Between magnets, you need. What do you need for the magnetism? Go ahead. You're gonna say something?
This picture that FLW posted, right? It shows, I don't know like what this is exactly, but I'm not seeing a circle, right? Because I think the claim was that if I were to travel like west or something.
This is a map that's showing the magnetic field lines and how they curve. We're not saying that the map is the land. This is just an expression of the field lines over the masses of land.
Okay, I misconstrued it too. So initially, the claim was that if I were to move west, that's akin to moving across the circumference of this circle. Yeah.
Well, west is a circle around the pole. Yeah.
If I had a compass the entire time, you're saying that if I continued my trajectory, my compass would go wild. It wouldn't be consistent. It wouldn't be like, oh, you're going west the entire time.
Okay, so using the magnetic field lines and compasses, it's going to point all over the place. This is why magnetic declination corrections are utilized in navigation, because your magnetic field line isn't always going to be pointing the way that you want it to be. So you have to make a correction.
And how do you know how much to correct? Or how do you know that this is...
You usually look at the stars.
And all pilots do this?
No, well, back in the day before they had the technology, yeah, pilots and sailors used the stars to navigate. In actual fact, even the Lockheed Blackbird, once it's SR-79 or 1 or whatever it is, there's a compartment at the top that looks upwards towards the sky to celestially navigate. So yeah, we use the stars to navigate, dude. This is how you're going to make, or one method of making your correction. For example, if you're in the north and your compass is off a little bit, you look at Polaris, which will reference you to the northern celestial pole, because it's only about 1 degree off. That will be celestial north, true north.
Okay. Forgive me for asking this again.
You're fine.
We can all agree that there are... Okay, there's I can move vertically and I can move horizontally on this plane. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You're saying that if I move, let's say I move horizontally, how does that equate to moving in a circle? And what if I moved like
Sorry, dude. A circle, by definition, is two-dimensional, isn't it? You can draw a circle on a piece of paper. You can hold that piece of paper flat to the ground. You can also hold it flat to the wall. But the circle itself will be two-dimensional. You're asking
you're not
us how...
talking about a disc. You don't think
No,
of it as
we're
a
talking
disc.
about going in a direction. Not the shape of the Earth, the direction. If I travel west, which is by definition a circular path around the pole, you're going to end up where you started from. There's no claim to the shape of the Earth. The Earth could be any shape. It could be shaped like a dinosaur. But if you stick something in the ground and say, from that point there, if I go this direction or that direction around that point, then I'm going to go around that point, and that's a circle.
How's that not a globe? I don't get it.
Because it's okay. We understand that there are two types of compass: the one that points north, and the other one that draws circles. You put the pin in the paper. We'll call that north, and you can go east or west around that point in the paper. Just change the different direction, clockwise or counterclockwise, east or west, where the stars rise or where the stars set, is how we base our directions around the absolute direction of north.
Also, on a globe surface, you will be also instead of doing the circle, like going horizontally and making that adjustment to do a circle on a horizontal. On the globe, you will also be dropping on a slope, like it will be dropping across a curved surface. There will be a slope that you'll be adjusting to, but nobody does that. Because on the globe, the surface will be curving itself. But if you're doing a circle, you go ahead.
Sorry, I was going to say you'd be following a curved trajectory, you see, and that doesn't happen. It's always horizontal. There is no curving going on. So when you're following a westerly direction with your compass, you're going to be going around in a circle. If you go east, it's going to be a circle, unless you've got a heading, on a map. Then you're following a heading, a specific direction here with numbers, and you plotted it. Then you may not be going in a circle. You may be going in a diagonal line, for example. But then that's a heading that you've plotted on your map to follow.
I told him about the circle, and he said, "But how is that not a globe?"
Yeah,
a circle is not a circle. You can draw a circle on a horizontal surface, like he told you. Drawing the circle on a paper, and you can put that paper on a table. You can put it on the wall. But even if you're using that reference of the circle to navigate it around certain positions, you'll be marking positions on your paper, and then you're going to use the reference to move across the surface. You will never, on the surface, when you're doing the navigation, you're not doing the navigation on the map, you're doing it on the surface of the Earth or the waters across. You're not going to be adjusting for any drop over distance like you were on a sphere.
Yeah. You see this GIF right here. By old dude. Okay, that's what he's expressing, right? It's a circle on a flat sheet of paper. Say I start from the middle and I start going left. I don't use a compass, I just go left. How does that explain, like, how do I get back to the same point?
Well, if you're going east or west, you're going to circle around and come back to the same point, because in that particular, like, he's just putting that down to give you an idea, right? You could go stick a magnet somewhere randomly on a football field, right? And then if you want to take a compass and go on the football field, right, and doing like go perfectly east or perfectly west, due east or due west, and come back to where you started, you're going to do a circle around that magnet that you put in the football field. It doesn't have to be in the center. It could be anywhere on the field. It's just going to be wherever that the pole is. Does that make sense?
Basically, you're saying that the only way for me to do this, for me to come back to the same spot, is if I do use a compass and I follow the like whatever, right? But if I were to actually walk in a straight line, you guys are claiming that I probably would not be back at the same point. Is that right so far? Like I would hit something.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Okay.
That's exactly right. If you were to fix a heading, right, fix it, and let's say you take your aeroplane and you fix the wings, right, so that the flaps, you cannot turn left or right, you can't bank left or right, and you follow a heading, you will not be going in a circle.
Okay.
Because you're now going in one direction, a heading that is fixed. You'll be going against your compass as well, by the way. And then you'd head out, straight out, no longer going in a circle. You're going in a straight line.
And so that would be one way to disprove like the flat Earth theory. If I didn't use a compass and I just went left,
you wouldn't be disproving the flat Earth theory, because flat Earth isn't a theory, number one, and number two, you've still got to experience the curvature of the Earth. The curved trajectory will not be an experience, so you're still on a flat Earth. So, and it's, remember, flat Earth isn't a theory.
First he thought that doing a circle means globe, and now he thinks that going on a straight line also means globe. That's kind of it's a little bit silly, bro. You can do a straight line or a circle line. You can be doing a circle and then doing the straight line on a horizontal surface, dude. You know this, right?
what I'm saying is, but I'm specifically saying like coming back to the same point. If I, let's say hypothetically, I fixed my heading and somehow I'm back at the same point, it's a loop, right? I don't care.
You wouldn't be able to do that. You wouldn't be able to do that.
Yeah, but it's still, and also it still wouldn't be a measurement. So that's what you really need.
Screw the
globe. You wanted to disprove flat Earth, you would need to prove its sphericity, which means you would need to prove that it's to confirm that sphericity of the surface.
Yeah, you've got to measure the curvature between 2 points. So if you've got a lake that's 10 miles long, for example, 10-mile lake, that's going to offer you 66.6 feet of curvature on that 10-mile lake. And then if you extend that to 20 miles, then it goes up to 266 feet. If you go to 30 miles, 600 feet of curvature. So as you extend the distance, the more curvature you're going to have to experience, you see? But that's not there.
I think I understand now where you guys are coming from. You're not making any claims as to what shape it is. You're just saying that there isn't a curvature.
That's correct. You've got it. Yeah. We don't know the shape of the Earth. We're telling you that we cannot measure the curvature of the Earth. So the Earth cannot be this oblate spheroid of 24,901 miles circumference, of which the radius is 3,959 miles. We're not able to confirm those two numbers. It's not there. And as water, being the biggest clue, is always level, right? Well, there you are then. You know, there you have it.
By saying that it cannot be measured, the curvature is falsifying it, because if it was there, we will be able to measure it. But the lack of the curvature and the testing falsifies the claim that is there, or the baseless assertion.
That's the crux of this. So, okay.
So in actuality, the Earth isn't a globe. In actuality, the Earth is flat. No theory here.
Just a quick example posted in the side chat there. Right, that's a 21-mile lake, or a 21-mile distance across the Great Salt Lake in Utah. Okay, he's just zooming in from 5 feet above the surface of the water, and he can see the shoreline on the other side of the lake 21 miles away. There should be just under 300 feet of curvature over 21 miles. The shoreline should be hidden behind that curvature of the Earth by about 220 feet. But we can see the shoreline on the other side, 21 miles away. Right, we see the smokestack and the little town under the smokestack clearly, exactly the same as it looks from up close. So this is what it looks like where he's zooming into. Right, this is the he's got a friend on the other side of the lake. So this is what it looks like over there, 21 miles away. So you can see the big white smokestack. We can see the shoreline of the lake. Now have a look at the observation. We can still see the big smokestack. We can see the shoreline. And then he does the observation again at nighttime. And this is what it looks like at nighttime from 21 miles away.
DJ, what's he using to observe it with? Naked eye or binoculars?
Yeah, it's a P1000.
Oh, sorry, thank you. P1000 camera, Nikon. Very good instrument indeed. Yeah, thank you.
So on a globe, from a 5-foot observation height, the horizon should be 2.7 miles away.
Right. But it's not, because the Earth isn't curving in any way, shape, or form. So you can see the whole thing. The fact that you can see the shoreline just tells you that the Earth isn't curving, because if it was, the shoreline would be gone completely. You wouldn't see the shoreline. You couldn't see it.
Yeah, by hundreds of feet as well.
Yeah,
so basically, if there was a skyscraper building on the other side of the lake on the shoreline, and it was 30 stories high, you would only just be able to see the top story popping out over the top of the horizon if it were a globe.
And that's from a 5-foot observer height. There you go, look at that. That's what makes this so fascinating. It's that easy to disprove the globe. That's what I mean. It's that easy.
Are you still thinking about the straight line? I got a feeling that he's trying to.
I'm thinking about like. Well, I'm looking at both sides, right? So I heard you guys out. I'm looking at how they would explain this 21-mile like flatness. So I'm looking at.
This is good. You're thinking about this one. That these observations across water are important. So you'll figure it out somehow. But it's good that you're looking at this. There's many examples of this. So yeah.
And bearing in mind that you've offered no proof of globe for yourself. So you're sitting there looking at these images. These are real time. You can go to these locations and do it yourself, right? But the globe itself, you've been offered no proof, and you have no proof of it. You don't have any proof of globe. You don't have any experience living on globe. You just don't have it. No human being does.
Like where I'm okay, so the main issue for me right now is Okay, so the claim is that we're too small. They're saying
Wait, what?
we're too
That'd be
small.
your claim.
Like the Earth is too big for us to be able to see the curve.
Yeah, that'd be your
Okay.
But I
side.
don't
Yeah.
know.
Hold on, 2 seconds. So why does the ship disappear from the bottom up?
That's what I'm saying. That's why it's conflicting to me. Some people
Yeah.
say that from a plane, that's the problem here.
Yeah. So it's the word curve, right? We can portray it in 2 ways: left to right curvature, or curvature, let's say, away from you downwards. So there would be a peak of, say, like a hill that the boat would disappear over. That curvature is what we're trying to observe in these observations, where we say we see too far, look how far the horizon is, these objects are 23 miles away, or whatever it is. That curvature that should be causing the obstruction of boats and the sun when it sets, we don't observe when we look closely. What I mean by looking closely is getting out a really powerful camera, seeing how far we can actually see, because it doesn't really matter the technology, right? Eventually, the limitation to how far we can see is going to be the curvature of the Earth. But that's based on the height of the eye and the radius of that sphere. That's the thing that's claimed to block the sun at sunset, for example. But we don't see that. That's what's being shown to you in the images, right? A horizon well in extent of where it mathematically should be if we're on a sphere.
You know, Jedi, after a while, you start to wonder why you're trying to talk people out of the globe. And, I mean, it makes sense, but ultimately, why are we not trying to just, like, tell people that their experience is true?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
I mean,
It's like Jim was saying earlier, right? We don't experience a globe. What we experience is a flat stationary plane.
yeah, for everybody. And it's like we're trying to talk people out of their hypnosis. So anybody who believes they're on a ball, spinning and whirling and tilting in a vacuum, let me just tell you, like first-hand experience, me to you, I'm talking straight to you, you've never experienced that. Why would you think otherwise?
You know why? The authorities.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that. Yeah, the rhetoric is real, right? People told you about what you experience, but you don't experience what they told you. That's the problem. Nobody experiences a spinning, tilting water ball, ever. Nobody.
Hi, bro.
Yeah, this guy's been in really good faith.
Hi,
He's
everyone.
asking questions. Hello. Yeah, no, I agree. I feel like we're more or less just being good neighbors and letting our fellow, brothers and sisters know that, yeah, we've been told something that's not accurate. And the only reason why we can say this authoritatively is because we've checked, we've looked into it. So, yeah, that's why I tell people, it's like when they ask me if I believe the earth is flat, I tell them I know that it's not curving, because that's just the facts. So we're just letting people know that, yeah, definitely not curving. It can be proven. And it's not curving at all, really. That's the real crux of the conversation. That's why we can say that, the earth is flat. by all intents and purposes, the surface of it anyway.
Who is the guy or gal that we're talking to today?
Talking to Source at the moment, I think. Yeah. Been very, very good to talk to, actually. Very honest.
Sauce. Okay.
Yeah.
Is Sauce unmuted?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay. Sauce. What is your experience?
I don't have any. I need to.
Oh, come on, man.
Look. I'm telling you.
No, I mean, like, just
literally, this is stuff that I've learned from textbooks and shit, and videos.
right. I'm just talking about your everyday. What do you experience every day?
Flatness.
And yeah, well, fair enough, but it doesn't have to be profound. But you go about your everyday life, right? Like, not even thinking about a globe Earth for the most part, right?
Yes, I experience flatness because that's what I see. Yes.
Right. So you just kind of go about your day, and up and down is what it is, and you don't think about it. But so you're here in this VC, and now the flat earthers, quote unquote, have forced you to like think about your experience. And so you go, okay, what do I do every day? Well, I level my picture frame on my wall of my family or whatever it is, even if you're putting up like a poster on your wall, right? And you get your spirit level out at 6 inches for the most part. It's flat, it's level with your ceiling, whatever, it's flat. Okay? But you've never experienced a hurling like water ball ever. And like, I can tell you're an honest dude because you're like, yeah, apparently that's just my everyday experience. So the hard part is to get beyond what everybody else has told you. Your mom and dad, your friends, the teachers at school, all that stuff. They've experienced the same thing that you have, but they believe something different. Okay? So part of you goes, oh, I must be crazy because everybody that I know says it's a curving water ball in a vacuum. But your experience and theirs is stationary, plane, and it never changes. I have gas pressure, all that stuff. So part of what I want to tell you is like, you're not crazy. You're not crazy. Everybody that you know has the same experience that you do. The question is, will you deny what you've been told by what you experience at the end of the day? Because we can give you the math, we can give you all the NASA debunks. Oh, they fake this, they fake that. We can tell you that the Earth is measured flat. And that would be a really good convincing argument, right? Okay, so we measure the Earth, it's flat. We practically use it as flat. But I don't even want to appeal to any of that stuff. What do you deal with every day?
Yes, I see where you're coming from, but similarly, I don't deal with bacteria and shit every day. Like, I can't see it, but antibiotics work.
Okay, yeah, no, that's fair. Okay, look, that's fair. I don't want to disregard the fact that if somebody gave you a pill and that pill destroyed a certain amount of flora, bacterial overcompensation in your body, you have an ear infection. This is fairly common. If somebody has strep throat, somebody has an ear infection, they go to the doctor. My ear hurts. give me this thing that kills bacteria, all of a sudden my earache goes away. Fine. That's scientifically verified by what Jedi said. Okay? This is not that topic. This is just like geometry and experience. Okay? So you experience ear pain, strep throat, whatever. Somebody gives you something that kills bacteria, you experience relief. Fine. Your everyday experience is the earth doesn't frickin' move. Isn't that your experience?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So if that is your experience and someone gaslights you and says, no, it's actually spinning, what are you going to do?
I have to verify it. I have to look into it. Like it makes sense to me. Okay, so the globe thing. It before this, it made sense to me because if you like gravity, right? We're all attracted to this center, and so it makes sense that we're not going to feel. Or I guess if we're hurling through space, are we accelerating? I guess that's a little concerning. If we're accelerating, we should be feeling something. Because it's only when we're at a constant velocity that we don't feel anything.
I like the way your mind works, right?
Yeah.
But you have to remember that a straight line path isn't the same as rotation or an orbital path. So, for example, the Earth's motion around the sun, that's a curved trajectory. That, by definition, right, that's going to require an acceleration because it's a changing vector.
You're talking about centrifugal force.
No, we're comparing going in a straight line in a constant speed to going in a curved line in a constant speed. That different forces apply. So yeah, you would feel different forces, and they can be expressed as centrifugal. Same as being on a rotating object, especially if it's three-dimensional, right? Different forces are going to apply to you depending on where you are on this rotating sphere. You're going to feel more at the equator than you would at the poles, for example. Sorry to interrupt, says who, man. You're doing great.
It's fine. So, what's his name again? I forgot.
Sauce.
Say it one more time like you mean it. What is it?
Sauce.
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 Sauce. Okay. Do you experience? So let's not operate from like backwards to forward. Let's go forwards to backwards. And this is weird. Like, appreciate this from my perspective. So, me being like you, okay, so I was in your position at one time, okay? I knew all the rhetoric, I knew all the claims, and I understand how the entire thing works, okay? Gravity, blah, 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 all that stuff, okay? But you, as a man, do you ever experience gravity other than someone told you that the reason that you're connected to the earth is because of a force? Do you experience a force, or do you experience being on something that is stationary and planar every day? Just answer that one question.
When I jump, I experience a force.
Okay. So when you say I go, okay, you're gonna use your legs, you're gonna jump up. Okay, great. You go up. Maybe you're not an NBA star or whatever. You have a 6-inch vertical. You jump up, you come back down. Okay. Someone told you the reason that you come back down is because of a force. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Great. Now, I do this with most folks. What if you jump into a swimming pool? Now what happens?
I experience buoyancy.
Hold on. Before you say buoyancy, you're in the water now, okay? And are you being forced down to the bottom of the pool, or are you kind of like treading water? Everything's cool. You know, you put a little effort in. You're above the water. You can breathe, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Most people they don't want to drown, right? Like I don't want to drown, so I'm just going to hang out above the water. I'm going to tread water. Blah blah blah. That force that you were talking about earlier, is it greater or lesser?
It's less. Well, let me
Okay.
think about this.
Can you tread air?
Less.
Can you swim to the top of the air?
No.
No. But in the water, you just kind of kick around a little bit. You know, your body is less dense than than the water for the most part. You can keep your head above that surface level without much effort, right?
Yep.
Okay. So if that's the case, then why isn't gravity the same in the water that it is in the air?
Well, the science would say it's like you said, it's less dense. That's what buoyancy is, right? Something this liquid is holding us up.
It's holding. Okay, so you use the word holding. So in the water, I am not as dense or fairly equal to the density of the water, so it's not going to drag me down to the bottom, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, you're at the pool. What if somebody holds you, throws you an inner tube, like a floaty, right? It's an inner tube, or it's a piece of foam. Can you rest on that thing?
Yes.
Why isn't gravity dragging you and the foam to the bottom of the pool?
Because the buoyancy, it's buoyant.
Right. You're using a term buoyancy. What does that mean?
I don't know. I'm hesitant to say that it's an upward force, but that's what it has to be, right? If it's negating gravity, then it has to be an upward force.
Okay, so you're saying that there is now all of a sudden an upward force that negates gravity, but we haven't yet defined gravity. What is gravity?
Well, if I knew, I'd have a Nobel Prize. I don't think anyone knows really.
Okay, so that's honest, and I appreciate that. So nobody knows what gravity is, but what we experience is that if something is less dense than the medium that it's in, it will tend to go to the top of that medium, right?
Mhm.
Okay. But if somebody is more dense than the medium that they're in, they're going to go to the bottom of that medium. Is that your experience?
Yeah.
Okay. So in all of the things that we're discussing, gravity does not apply. The only thing that applies is that if you or the thing is less dense than the medium that you're in, you'll be at the top of it. Now, top, if we say top of the medium, well, we've already just discounted gravity because some things want to go up. Would you agree?
when they interact with other mediums, yeah, it appears
Right.
to be going up.
Right. Let's say that the air is like water, because some people say that, oh, okay, well, water and air are both fluids. What they're saying is they have similar properties, but gases and liquids are not the same states of matter. You would agree with that, right?
Mhm.
Okay. So if you were in the air and you were less dense than the air, would you go up like a helium balloon?
Yes.
Okay, so what is gravity then in that case?
It's still the same, no? It's just now that you're lighter than air, or the air is able to hold you up.
So what is gravity in all these instances? Like if we just kind of do comparative
But that's the
descriptions
thing. It's tough to say what gravity is because not even like
It's, at the moment, we're just looking for a phenomenon.
the frontier of science. We don't know what gravity is, right? It's like when you go into the quantum levels, gravity, the current like models that Einstein proposed, they break down. So who knows if it's like fabric of space time or a force? Like who knows? I can't say.
Would it be fair to say that there is no force of gravity at all, since all we observe and experience is that depending on the medium that you're in, if you're less dense, you will go up, and if you're more dense, you will go down. Isn't that our experience?
Yes, a helium balloon floats
Okay.
up.
Right. Perfect. So we don't actually even need a gravitational ideology, because this is all we experience in the medium that you're in. If you're less dense, you go up. If you're more dense, you go down. That's the only thing that we experience. There's no force, there's no mathematics, there is nothing to explain what happens other than relative density by the medium that you're in. Would you agree with that?
Sorry, could you say that again?
One more time. So the only thing that we experience is depending on the medium that you're in or the object. I'm not even talking about you. Let's just isolate you from the situation. Depending on the object in the medium, if it's more dense, it will go down. If it's less dense, it will go up. Would you agree with that?
Mm-hmm.
Great.
Yes.
So why do we need gravity as an ideology, a mathematic concept? Why do we need that?
Say you have. Do you believe that we can create vacuums?
Only with a container.
Yeah, with a container, we can draw air out of a certain space if it's confined by a physical boundary. Yes.
How do you? So basically, you're saying.
Go on. Have I cut out? Is the fun part happening and I can't hear?
No, he's just thinking about it.
Good, good. That's what I was hoping for. Just wanted to be clear. And a little bit funny. So we can create a vacuum with a container surrounding a three-dimensional volume and we can abstract the gas in that three-dimensional volume from that contained environment, understanding that the container is the very thing that's stopping the gas outside expanding into that volume inside. Good.
Yes, I realized that would be supporting your idea. If I put a ball in there, it falls. Yes.
Yeah, that's nice. What happens when you put the gas back in to the gas to describe its motion?
Well, I mean, if it were a helium balloon, let's say, not a ball, the gas would fill the space up, and I would assume the helium balloon would rise up to the top of the container.
What, in a vacuum?
Yeah, in a vacuum, the helium balloon would drop.
In a vacuum, a helium balloon would expand because it's not met with any, and definitely not an equal force from outside, because there's no gas there applying a pressure force to the exterior of the balloon. So the balloon expands.
It would pop. Yeah.
Yes. And then the gas. And then the gas does what?
Well, the gas escapes the balloon, and I assume would get sucked out by whatever it's creating a vacuum.
Well, it's in the container that is a vacuum. Balloon is a vacuum. The balloon has expanded and popped, and the gas has now filled the container, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because the gas has free and random motion. The only thing that's going to dictate its direction is its last physical collision. The only reason why it's going to stop going in a direction is because of its next physical collision. So why did you want to bring up a vacuum chamber?
I had a different thing in mind.
Mm-hmm. Did you want to drop something?
Basically, I wanted to drop something in the vacuum, but then I realized that, oh wait, no, that would mean, that would mean that there isn't a use for gravity because there's nothing in there to hold it up. I'm trying to find a use case for gravity.
There's kind of this famous demonstration of what they would say, this is the evidence for gravity, where in a large vacuum chamber that apparently NASA has, well, not laser, but like NASA has this massive, I think it's NASA, someone could correct me if I'm wrong, but big vacuum chamber where they dropped a bowling ball and a feather, right? At the same time, they drew a huge, like a big vacuum. I don't know what the pressure was exactly in this scenario, but they took all the air out, or most of it. And so it's like 10 to the -2 or something like that. Now, this vacuum chamber, so we have a large chamber that is contained, by the way, but that's important. So I have to bring it up. This large chamber where they drop two objects. One of them is this very dense sphere-shaped object, which is a bowling ball, right? The other thing that they drop is a feather, which is a very low density, and it has all kinds of fingerlings. Like you've seen a feather, right? So it's an amazing thing. Feathers are, but you take the air out, and both of them fall at the same rate. The thing that they changed, not between the two objects, but the thing that they changed was the medium. Now, if you take the medium out as a variable, and these two objects, a feather and a bowling ball, descend at the same rate, and people can argue about, oh, they dropped the bowling ball first or the feather first, but who cares? They both fall at the same rate now that you've changed the medium. If you change the medium, but you don't actually augment this idea of gravity, then what is the thing that determines whether things fall at the same rate? Is it gravity or is it the medium?
I guess it's both, right? Because it's like the lack of a medium.
So you remove the medium, which is air, which is a certain amount of density of air molecules within that space. Did anybody augment or change or as a variable change gravity?
How do you explain the rate that we fall?
Hold on a second, bro. Why are you skipping past my example? You totally did they change gravity or the medium?
They changed the medium, right? They removed.
Okay, great.
There's a lack of medium. Yeah.
Okay, so if you change the medium, objects will fall at the same rate. So that means that gravity as an independent variable cannot be changed. In fact, gravity as an independent medium or variable in any experiment as a variable could not be changed ever. So there's actually there's no evidence for gravity. There is no way that you could use gravity as an independent variable in any experiment, which means that gravity is still conceptual and not physical and does not exist. Would you agree with that? And that's an honest question. I'm not trying to set you up, but can you think of a time in the history of all of mankind where gravity is the variable that is manipulated in an experiment ever?
There are videos of astronauts floating, seemingly water molecules just floating.
Okay, so the question still remains, can you think of a time in history of all of mankind where gravity is the variable that is manipulated?
Not on Earth.
Okay, great. So there is no experiment ever. I'm not trying to rub this in your face. We're just trying to get down to the brass tacks. There is no experiment where gravity is is included in any experiment as a variable. So then everything that we deal with is medium dependent. Do you agree with that?
Yes, medium dependent are well, it's depends on where you're at or what you're near to.
Okay, so
that's right.
Let
the model of gravity we currently have.
Okay, so let me chase you down the rabbit hole that you're trying to go down. Okay, so you're going to appeal to the idea that in space, right? So you're talking about astronauts. So you're kind of like grabbing from this idea that somewhere somebody has been in this environment where there is very, very, very little gas, and they're floating in this no gas medium called space, right? Is that what you're appealing to?
I believe in the space shuttles there is still gas in there.
You're talking about like at the International Space Station, where we see that the astronauts and, hey, look at my toothbrush, here's some water, and it's like in balls.
Yes.
Okay. It's not a scientific experiment, dude.
It's not an experiment. In fact, the only experience that you have had with that particular idea, it's just an idea. I have to very much impart this on you. It's an idea because you've only seen this on TV or the internet. But somebody is in apparently with the ISS or whatever, a compressed system, which means that they have air in that system, and they are surrounded by a vacuous system, which means that there's very little air, a huge pressure differential, and they are floating in a gaseous region, isolated within a non-gaseous region, and they're floating. Do you ever experience any of that on your own?
No, of course not.
Okay. So why do you believe that this scenario could be plausible or possible if you've never experienced it? Because you only live in what we would call atmospheric or, essentially Earth pressure system, and you don't float away. What would change?
What do you mean, what would change?
Well, they have apparently the same pressure system that you do within this isolated, capsule above the Earth's surface, which, by the way, has been measured flat. But I digress. You both experience the same pressure system. They're floating and you're not. What's different?
Gravity, seemingly.
Whoa,
Seemingly.
what's gravity?
Yeah, well, hold on. Sorry, dude. Seemingly. All right, dude. I'm going to be really polite. You were born this century, right? Within the last 5 years?
No.
No. Oh, okay, cool. So you've seen the rise of CGI and augmented reality and how things are manipulated on the screen, right?
Mm-hmm.
Cool. This really isn't a good standard of evidence if you're going to point to the very people that are under suspicion, or part of the under suspicion, pointing to something on the TV where two astronauts get their toothbrush out, for example, and watch some kind of ball of water around it, which I imagine is the kind of scenario that you're pointing at. This can be easily demonstrated to be some kind of augmented reality CGI of. I mean, if you want to see those, that is great. We can show them to you, but ultimately, this isn't. We get the story that it portrays, but it's not a great standard of evidence at this point.
The reason we're bringing this up, yeah. So Jedi is correct. So,
like, at the end of the day, like, I know it's like a meme, like, just go to space, lol, but we just have to.
So at this point, what you're telling us is that you prefer, because you don't have any evidence for this, but you prefer, and I have to qualify this, I'm not attacking you, but you're going to say, because I saw it on television and those are people that I trust, why would they be lying to me, even though they have the same gas pressure environment that I do, but they're floating and I'm not? Why are you trusting people that on TV are floating, according to your eyeballs, but your experience is you set Stanley on the ground, or securely on the ground?
Because there are things that I don't understand, but these smart people, they've figured, like computers, right?
Okay.
Like, I don't understand how they fucking made a 3 nanometer fucking chip, but I'm not gonna be like, yo, you didn't. That's a lie. Because apparently it works.
That argument sounds ridiculous to me. It's like, just because some things are true, some people say we must believe all things based on what my toaster works, and that we've developed computers, so we should trust.
I'm not making a blanket statement. I'm just saying probability. What's more probable? Right? Like,
based upon
that the whole world is lying to me?
Yeah, based upon what? Your
how probable is it that all these
understanding of how the world works around you.
Mm-hmm.
It's because it's subjective, dude. It's your personal opinion about, oh, well, I don't understand, or I couldn't even conceive of the idea of being lied to on this type of scale. I get
the
it.
Scale, yeah.
Yeah, it's reasonable, dude. I do get it, but again, you understand my conjecture, right?
Yes, I get it. And that's why I'm not like just outright, saying you guys are like trolling or that you're wrong. I'm actually considering what you're saying. But at the same time, you like you said, how probable is it that all these countries are like in cahoots?
Hold on a second.
They can't even agree on.
Hold on, brother. I just want to interrupt you for a second. So you mentioned the word probability, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So let's be honest with each other, you and me, just for the sake of this particular conversation. I'm not trying to prove you wrong. Let's just talk about what we experience. Is everybody's, or for the most part, most people that you know on the earth, is their experience of a flat, motionless earth where things go up and down according to the medium that they're in, is that the dare I say it, the consensus position where everybody experiences the same thing? Would you say most people experience that?
Can't speak for. I would say that I can only speak for myself.
Okay.
But I concede that is what I experience, right? Flatness.
Right.
And
now listen.
And down.
Yeah. So I've had hundreds, if not thousands, of these same conversations with people just like you, and their experience is the same. You want to know why? Because guess what? This is not a gaslight. Everybody experiences flat, motionless Earth with up and down being relative to the medium that they're in. That's just the experience of everybody. So probability, the probability of us being on a stationary, flat plane and everything going up and down according to its medium, the probability is that we are on a flat Earth that is contained and motionless. That is the probability. So if you see in your textbook and on TV and on the internet a handful of people claiming and giving you the impression that they are in a medium or a distance from Earth where all of a sudden gravity does not exist or has very little effect, probability-wise, it is much more likely that the Earth is flat, stationary, and enclosed. I'm just letting you know. According to people's experience and what they can measure, the Earth is flat, stationary, and enclosed.
I'll concede that to you in terms of like, yeah, Occam's razor, right? Fucking, what's the simplest explanation? And yeah, when I travel in a car at constant velocity, I feel nothing. So what does that say? Probably, I don't know, the Earth is like moving at a constant velocity or is stationary. But I'm not gonna lie to you. That's what I'm like. I'm contending with myself currently. I have to look this up. Like, why don't we feel acceleration? And some answers, some people are saying it's because everything relative to us are moving at the same speed, so we don't feel it because it's. But I'm still like, I'm still.
That's not an answer. Yeah, that's not an answer to that question.
Right. I'm just asking you, as far as a probability is concerned, if everyone's experience and measurable empirical standpoint is concerned, then we are on a flat stationary plane. Everything that you experience through the TV screen and those handful of people would be an outlier. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, great. That's all we're basically trying to help you kind of come to grips with, man. Listen, we're not trying to convince you of anything. believe me, we're not in different positions. Like I was educated in the same way that you were educated. Okay, the Earth is a sphere with a certain radius. It's hurling through a vacuum. This is where the sun is. This is where the moon is. The stars are these, basically suns that are just very far away. Blah blah blah. I absorbed all that with you the same way that you did, but the same thing about you and me also at the same time is that we experienced something entirely different and empirically entirely different and measurably, this is the big point, measurably something entirely different. The Earth measures to be flat. It is measured to be stationary, and it is measured to have a gas pressure system, which is totally antithetical to the idea that it is exposed to a vacuum, because if it were, you and I would not be having this conversation, because the inception of the Earth in the system that they proposed to us, any gas that left the surface of the Earth in the model that they try to like preach to you would have left the surface of the Earth and tried to fill the available volume. There is no gravity involved in any of our gas laws. The gas would try to fill the available volume, which is infinite according to their paradigm. So you and me are having this conversation primarily because this system is contained.
Just real quick, I found an answer for why we don't feel acceleration. It's because
Wow.
It's acceleration of the Earth is the force that we feel from the centrifugal force from the acceleration is negligible when compared to our acceleration towards the center of the Earth.
What's centrifugal force? Hold on a second. What's centrifugal force?
If you were to follow like the solar, like the classic models, right? The solar system, and we're orbiting the sun. That centrifugal force.
Friend, right. What's centrifugal force? What's spinning?
The Earth is spinning on its own axis, and also it's spinning. It's orbiting the sun. So
okay, so we're going to change gears here for a second, because during my discussion with you, you decided to go on Google or AI or whatever and try to find an antithesis to what I was talking to you about. So now the conversation has to change. So
I'm just
centrifugal force.
I was chewing on like that acceleration bit.
I know, but that's the thing, bro. Like, why be so rude as to abandon the conversation that you're having with me, go to Google, and then find some kind of cop-out as to your experience and what is actually measured? So now I have to change. What centrifugal force, what rotation, and how do you prove either of those?
It was just a quick aside. I didn't mean to be rude.
No, I know. I'm sure you didn't mean to be rude, but my point is that if someone's giving you excuse for the thing that doesn't exist, why would you believe it? There is no rotation of the Earth. There is no centrifugal force. There is no gravity. None of these things have been measured or verified. So Google, whatever they tell you, is putting a Band-Aid on something that doesn't even happen. Isn't that crazy? There's a Band-Aid for something that doesn't exist. Crazy.
So you don't believe in gravity?
So I'm not trying to be rude to you, but why would I? Because gravity is not an independent variable in any experiment. Further to that, it's only conceptual, meaning it only exists in the abstract, meaning mathematics. So if something isn't physical, It's only in a fictional description or an abstract concept, such as mathematics. Why would I believe in something that doesn't exist?
So you don't believe in so the way they proved it, quote unquote, was that they could see light from behind another planet, right?
Great.
I.e. the light bended.
Right. So let's talk about that. So Arthur Eddington had a very famous quote that was, if your hypothesis is in violation of the second law of thermodynamics, meaning entropy, then your hypothesis has no hope. Did you know that about Arthur Eddington? Because he was the guy that said that we hypothesize that this light ray from a very distant star during an eclipse is bending around the sun, and that's why we can see it where the sun should be. Do you realize how much he's contradicting his own rhetoric in that statement? And if you don't understand what I'm talking about, I'll walk you through it. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I don't know who Arthur is.
Okay, so Arthur Eddington, around the, let's say the early 20th century, early 1900s. Are you with me so far?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so him and Einstein, they hypothesized something, although it's not really a hypothesis because this is not an experiment. The reason for that is because they can't actually augment or change or control the variable in this quote-unquote experiment. So an eclipse happened 1920, something like that. There was a solar eclipse, okay? So the sun is being occulted by something. The sun is being blocked out. Have you ever experienced a solar eclipse?
Yes.
Okay, so the sun is being blocked out by something. It's getting darker. And they noticed that there was a star in the area where the sun would have been. Okay, so that dark place where the sun seems to be occulted, they saw a star. You tracking with me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what they said is that whatever distant star it was, the light rays, which is a kind of a reification, okay, rays don't exist, so they're just a mathematical concept. But the rays coming from that very distant star, which is begging the question because they're thinking that this star is way beyond our sun, which they presume to be a star, blah, blah, blah. I don't want to go into it unless you want me to. But because they saw this star in that spot where the sun should be and it was dark, the light rays are bending around the sun and then reaching your eye because of gravitational lensing. Are you with me so far? Okay,
Yep.
Great. Arthur Eddington was actually denying his own statement. You want to know why? Because all of this diatribe, all of this rhetoric is based around the idea that space is this vacuous system, 10 to the negative 17 torr. And these light rays, reification fallacy, are coming towards Earth, and they are bending around the sun because of its gravitational field, blah, 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 and reaching the observer through this vacuous region. But this is the same guy that said, if your hypothesis violates the second law of thermodynamics, then I give your hypothesis no hope. He was saying that the Earth is a pressurized system next to a vacuous system, and the air is not entering that vacuous system to fill it and create equilibrium, and essentially saying that Earth is a second law of thermodynamics violation within this vacuous system. He denied his own rhetoric to claim that thing. This is not an experiment. This is not anything but a supposition that, number one, the Earth is a ball. This is all begging the question fallacy. Number one, the Earth is a ball. No evidence for that. Number two, the Earth is a ball within a vacuous system. No evidence for that either. In fact, it violates the second law of thermodynamics, which is that he claimed would debunk his entire hypothesis. So he contradicted himself, saying that the Earth is a pressurized system in a vacuum, and the light from that star, which is light years away, is bending around the sun according to math and reaching my eyeball on the surface of the Earth. Do you see how that's contradictory?
No, you kind of lost me a bit. So he's okay. So one claim is the light is bending, and through a vacuum. And okay, which part contradicted it?
Because Arthur Eddington said that if your claim violates the second law of thermodynamics, which is entropy, which is high pressure goes to low pressure, high energy seeks out low energy to create an equilibrium, right, or an equal state, then I give your hypothesis no hope. He is saying that the Earth, as a ball, which there's no evidence for, in a high pressure, like you and me are breathing air. You would agree with that. Well, you and me are having a conversation. I've been breathing in and out this whole conversation, you and me, right? So we're breathing air and it's pressurized, right?
Mhm.
Are you agreeing with me so far?
Sure.
That system, that high pressure system, adjacent to an extreme vacuum, 10 to the negative 17 torr, right? Which means that all the gas that you and I are using to talk to each other would be trying to fill the available volume. That means an infinite volume. I'm not talking about a defined volume. As far as I understand to this day, space is an undefined, expansive, or ever-expanding vacuous region where the gas should fill at a very high rate. A very high rate violates the second law of thermodynamics. Do you get that part? You and I should not be having this conversation because we're in a pressurized system.
Okay, let me get it straight. Okay. So you're saying the fact that we're talking and yeah, this whole entire this place we're in is pressurized, and the fact that the air isn't just leaking out. Are you saying
Not leaking?
That,
not leaking. Filling the available volume.
Sure.
Filling it.
Sure. Right. But if we were to think about atmospheric pressure and the ozone layer, it would be akin to like leaking out of this container.
There is no container. The globe is not a contained system at any point.
So what is the ozone layer?
The ozone layer is gas. O3, oxygen. It's just gas. How does gas contain gas?
So according to what I've searched up, it's because of Earth's gravity holding the atmosphere in place,
right,
which is overcoming the random motion of air molecules that would otherwise allow them to drift away.
Right, what's gravity?
Drift. Gases move because they've got temperature. The only thing that changes a gas's direction, physical collision. You're saying that whatever gravity is stopping the straight line motion of a gas, curving its path, not letting the gas expand into the vacuum. That's a contradiction and violation of the second law of thermodynamics. The law states gas expansion into a vacuum because that's what is always observed. You're saying you probably agree with this law, but it doesn't always happen, which violates a law that always happens. It's a problem. Could you demonstrate this somehow? I know you can't, dude. It's just the bottom line of the claim, right? Gas does and will always expand into available volumes. The only reason that you can restrict gases expansion into a volume is by shortening the volume by physical containment. We have to understand that the Earth is a very complex thermodynamic system. For pressure to reside within a thermodynamic system, the system must be physically closed. Because if it's open, all of that energy, heat, for example, that is contained within solid objects like gas that has the propensity to expand, will expand. So the claim that it doesn't is a violation of that.
So, but the fact that it doesn't, are you saying that it's a container?
Sorry,
Sure.
the fact that it doesn't. What fact?
Are you saying that it's a contain? We're in a container?
We have gas pressure. Yes, the system must be closed to have gas pressure. If it was open and there was an available volume, the gas would leave.
But that's quite a huge claim. How do you suppose we're in a container?
Because we have gas pressure, the necessary antecedent for gas pressure is a container, as expressed within PV equals nRT, the ideal gas formula. It's also the second law of thermodynamics. This Earth must be closed for us to have pressure, because if it was open, the gas that had temperature, thermodynamics again, is going to expand because it has the incredible energy to do so. See, this is in contradiction to the claim that vacuum out there. Right? Our standpoint is, well, if there's the claim that there's a vacuum out there, there must be, by consequence, a container causing our gas pressure and stopping our gas that has energy from expanding into that vacuum. So how can you have gas pressure without a container? We're not making a claim to what the sky is. We're just raising that question.
And gravity doesn't answer this for you.
Well, then it would have to be demonstrated to be true. That would require a scientific experiment based on a hypothesis of something that we observe in nature. We'd have to start there.
Yeah, Sauce, we're not really offering you something that is easy to grasp. And at the same time, it really is, because your experience, which is what I started off this entire conversation with, is that you dwell on top of a flat, stationary, enclosed plane. That is your experience. But you have been told or taught or indoctrinated into this idea that you are on a spinning spherical or curved surface that is open to a very large vacuum, high vacuum, at all times, but that is not your experience. Now, listen, I'm not, me, Jedi, anybody else who's had this conversation with you, we're actually not trying to convince you of this. We're just pointing out that your experience is in complete contradiction to what you've been told. And that's not an easy thing to come to terms with. Go ahead.
You remember that video of the helium balloon, floating up into the stratosphere? Why did it pop? Shouldn't have.
Why?
Yes.
The structure of the balloon could no longer hold the expansion of the gases, so it popped.
But why not? Since
because the pressure around that particular object or container. So this is the funny thing about pressure. So if you have a balloon or a propane tank, or I don't care what it is, if there's a differential between the surface of that particular container, inside and outside, eventually it will not be able to contain the force. This is the fun part. The force of those gases within the container and the forces with outside the container, as far as gas is concerned, they'll be so far out of whack that something's got to give. Usually it's the container, so it explodes. It doesn't matter if it's steel, it doesn't matter if it's rubber.
No, but you're saying that we're in this system, yeah, this closed system.
Yeah.
So in my mind, it should either hit something like the ceiling, let's say.
Okay.
And so why did it pop? It's still it should all be
It's
equal,
rubber.
right? The pressure should all be equal.
No. It's rubber.
No.
The pressure within the container is greater than the pressure with outside the container, and the barrier eventually fails. Very simple.
But why does the pressure decrease as we move up? If we're in the container, it shouldn't matter because of entropy.
Let me give you this easy answer. Why the pressure is less up top than it is down here? There's a few factors, but the ultimate answer is I don't know. The pressure up there versus the pressure down here, they're different. It doesn't mean that this system is not contained because there's pressure in both spots. It just means that there's a differential.
Cause of pressure is the physical collisions with the container. There's many reasons why you can have a variation in gas pressure. First of all, right, and I'm not going to give you a single cause fallacy, this is complicated. First of all, we understand that less pressure or more pressure doesn't necessarily mean less gas, right?
Well, it kind of does, right? Because we're talking air pressure.
No.
Okay, so I said necessarily, so it can do. But it doesn't necessarily mean always. So, for example, right, I can have a container with the same amount of gas in it, and I can increase the the temperature, right? And because of the energy, the gas molecules are going to collide faster, causing more collisions, pressure. So, just by very manipulating the temperature, right? So you can have more or less pressure depending on the temperature of the gas. Yeah.
Do you own a refrigerator?
Yes, and it's stationary.
Okay, great. Thank you for that caveat. But if you measure the pressure inside that refrigerator versus outside the refrigerator, they will be different. Do you want to know why? They're both at the same altitude and everything. But you want to know why the pressure is different? There could be the same amount of gas because you'll open the door of that refrigerator and it's exposed to the same air pressure that you're standing in, and you'll close it. Why is there less pressure?
I can't tell you. I don't know how refrigerators work.
Well, the easy answer is because the temperature is different. The movement of the gas molecules within that contained system are moving at a lesser speed, or they have less energy than the system that you're standing in. So the density is the same. The pressure is different.
It would make sense
based on temperature alone.
It would make sense why it's tougher to open the refrigerator than it is to close it.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yep. Pressure only, not even the amount of gas, but just the temperature alone.
So basically you're saying that there's a temperature difference up there and down here.
No.
Oh.
I mean, there is, like I pointed out earlier, sorry, I don't want to give you a single cause fallacy, but I don't want to give you too much information. There's many things in this very dynamic environment. I point to another one where the gas is produced. Now, the gas is produced predominantly, if not mostly, if not all, on and within the surface of the Earth. Chemical and biological reactions, right? So it's produced here. It then disperses upwards. Now, just by consequence of the sun moving around, we have a temperature differential just throughout the day. That temperature radiates from the surface of the Earth, is embedded in the surface of the Earth, and creates chemical reaction. The situation is extremely complex. The system appears, for the most part, to be kind of static, but we also understand it can be extremely turbulent, like weather. Right? Now, these things are only going to be able to happen within a closed system because of all the energy that's swirling around. But ultimately, again, I don't want to make it too complicated. Yeah, temperature has definitely got something to do with pressure. A fixed volume is most definitely going to be the cause of pressure. And how the gas and the biological cycle the gas, that's producing it and reabsorbing it. So it's very dynamic down here on the surface of the Earth, but don't be surprised if there's more gas where the gas is produced.
The question is, how big is this difference, and how fast does entropy happen? Because essentially what you're saying is entropy is happening at a slower pace than we're producing gases down here. That's why there's this big differential.
Yeah, but so got to be clear. Entropy will always happen. It's just the amount and the speed of its happening, but it will always increase. For example, just by temperature, right? You can increase the entropy of a system just by increasing the temperature. But just because the temperature is cold relative to me and you, it still has temperature, so it's still going to expand.
I see where you're coming from, but it's like I'm posing the same like question that you posed. Like why isn't like air just leaking up? The question I'm posing is why isn't air pressure the same everywhere? And you said that you don't know, right?
Again, the system is in constant flux, right? It is complicated, but the reason why we have gas pressure in the first place is because of a container. We must have X, right, gas pressure, before we start talking about delta X, the variations of pressure. We've got to have the pressure first. That means we must have the container first. The variations and stuff, that's going to be secondary. And like I said, really complicated. I'll try and help you, then I've got to go out and let the dog out into the garden. But I'll try and help you very quickly. Do we think that things with mass, like gas, stratify? So, for example, a gas with more atomic mass will be at the bottom of a container as composed to a lighter or a gas with less atomic mass. Do you think gas structures like that?
I follow.
Okay, so like the density of objects, right? So if we've got density is not the right word to use for gas. So it's atomic weight, it's atomic structure, it's atomic mass. So, for example, a gas with a large atomic mass will settle at the bottom of a container, and a gas with a less atomic mass will be at the top, because working on the mass attracting mass principle. Okay. So gases don't stratify like that. Gases mix, right? Because of their collisions, they're always going to be moving around. They're not going to settle into some kind of mass gradient where gravity is able to attract the gas of more atomic mass more than it is able to attract the gas with less atomic mass. Therefore, the gas with more atomic mass is at the bottom of the container. It doesn't work like that. Gases don't behave in that way. So this is why we always have trouble to say that, okay, you can say that gravity is causing something, but I need that observation of that something happening. Right, I need the phenomena first. When we're trying to attribute gravity to gas behavior, there's no phenomena observed, dude. Not specifically, but this one that I just pointed out, the atomic mass of gases, the denser ones, sorry, bad term, the ones with more atomic mass, not at the bottom of containers, getting pulled by the gravity of the Earth, as composed to the lighter ones. They mix, dude. Anyway, I'll be back in 10.
So based on what Atheist Oblate Spheroid Pilot is saying, can anyone like refute this? And
Refute what?
he's saying that uh, heavier gases do indeed fall, or let me see. Yeah, helium is much heavier than hydrogen, so helium will descend.
Hello.
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 What's up, King? Where's the other guy? Was it Sauce? That he's been speaking for a while.
Yeah, what's up?
The other guy is sus.
Is it barbecue sauce or hot sauce?
As in
Barbecue, baby.
any type of sauce. Buffalo
If you're asking
winger
what my
sauce.
favorite is.
Well, my question will be how does sauce works on a globe? Does it?
I don't know, bro. I gotta go out there and look.
Their boyfriends just blow it in their mouths.
Have you put sauce in a vacuum? I've seen water in a vacuum. It bubbles, right? It turns into gas. What will sauce do? So sauce, you asked something about what helium was it? Helium goes up? Is that it?
I'm reading the conversation in the chat. It's
Oh.
what Atheist Pilot said.
Wait, atheist oblate spheroid? Wait, that will be a contradiction of the globe belief. Because the globe belief comes from God believers, not atheist. How can you be a globe believer and not believe in the designer? That's where the globe comes from a creator. It's an artistic rendition. It needs a designer, a creator.
If Source traveled fast enough, would it overcome the forces of gravity like a satellite?
You saying the sauce can be an anti-gravity thingy?
Yeah, if it went really fast.
Sure.
Down around the ball.
An atheist oblate spheroid pilot will be a contradiction of worldviews. Because the globe, the oblate spheroid, comes from a designer. Do atheists believe in a creator? And then pilots use aircraft, and aircrafts don't work on a globe or oblate spheroids. So his whole name is a contradiction from beginning to end. How can you be an atheist and believe in gravity? That will be the god of the globe belief. G, big G, gravity. Gravity knows what to do, how to do it, and when to do it. The cause of the effects. What do you think, Sauce? If this guy contradicts his own worldview, how can he figure out the nature of the world? Make sense out of his nonsense? welcome to the new people. If you got any questions, you're welcome to open your mic since Sauce doesn't want to say anything anymore.
There's nothing to say.
Sanjay. So Sauce, how can the design of the world come about without a designer? Does that logically follow? How can there be information without an informer? Or a code without a coder? Or a construct without an architect?
I mean, if you want to go there, I don't know if there probably is a creator. It's just not the one in the Bible. If that's what you're asking me.
Well, the creator is the creator. The book is the book, right?
Like probably fucking simulated, fucking created by aliens. Those are more likely to be.
Simulating is an alien simulation?
Or us, or ourselves, simulating ourselves.
Us simulating ourselves? Yeah.
I mean, why not?
No,
We're already doing like cloth simulation and stuff like that.
So we are simulating our world to be the same as it is. So outside of the simulation is the same thing.
Who knows?
See, atheist says there's zero evidence for the creator. But he believes in the created oblate spheroid. And he's a pilot that requires a designer and engineer for his airplane. The airplane is designed to operate safely in reality. The airplane never takes into account any curvature or any spin of the ground below it. So he believes in the oblate spheroid, which is created, in the airplane that is created, and then he turns around and says, there is no creator. Zero creator.
I mean, I'm an atheist too. It doesn't mean I believe that there's no like creator at all. Just don't believe like it's the one in any of our religions.
Oh, but all the religions converge into a creator, a designer, a great architect, cause of the effects.
Not just that, right? There's also claims that creator is omnipotent, omniscient, however you fucking pronounce that. I'm just saying that it's probably not likely.
But if you see a building, you know there was an architect, right? That doesn't take whatever else you want to add. That architect was blonde, red eyes, or whatever skin color, and it was this big or this small. You probably don't even need to know.
I'm not gonna think of them as God though, not in the traditional sense.
Yeah, you don't need to, but you don't need to know these things about the God or the Creator to know that there is. There has to be. As an antecedent cause and effect relationship. Just like the guy that built the airplane had to take into account certain factors, like the earth is not in motion, it's not curving, because when he puts his family and himself in the airplane, he wants to make it from point A to point B, right?
Yeah, no, I think there probably is a creator. Yes, I just don't think that they're all knowing, all loving, and all powerful. That's all.
But you can be loving and a hater as well, right? Like a father can love his family and hate his neighbor, right?
But that's not all loving, right?
Well, if the creator destroy his neighbor, the one he hates, then it's loving. Just love his family. I mean, within certain variables, it could be all loving, and then whenever he needs to not be all loving, can be something else. What's stopping him to be all loving at a certain period and then be wage war whenever he wants to?
Hello. Is there anyone? You?
Mm.
Hello, everyone. Hello.
Sorry. Sorry.
specifically, and it's confusing you because I'm saying not John Cena.
Force behind buoyancy and density is volumetric pressure. If you stand on a salty puddle, it won't hold you up. But if you go and try and stand, well, you can't stand on the Dead Sea, but it will cause you to float or help you to float. It's volumetric pressure density differential. That's why it's specific gravity. It's a relationship within itself, within the medium of itself, within the medium it's in.
He's gone.
I was going to ask him. Oh, well.
All the Brazilians in the house, there was like 3 of them. Anyways, anybody else got any questions? Rio, you can continue the convo if you like. You got any more questions? Any of the
Baba's new. We told Baba to mute earlier, and he's been kind and listening. Baba, did you have any questions for us about the shape of the Earth?
Baba.
You were very kind, Baba. I appreciate you muting and waiting your turn. It's a hard thing to do when everybody's excited. And we got Zeus in here.
There was the other guy saying Earth is round, Earth is little bit.
And I think that first guy we were talking to is gone. Rin, or whatever his name is. I think he's gone too.
Oh, good. We'll take a lunch break and we can come back whenever someone asks questions.
What's up, Joe?
Joe Zab, welcome. My bad.
Hey, old dude, you're getting raving reviews today, man.
I don't want to know, mate. I'm just trying really hard to pretend that I'm not like in the public ear. I don't mind being on YouTube, but I don't want to be some circus dancing thing. Oh, let's wheel Grandad out in his wheelchair and let him babble on about flat Earth and see how many people come over. Give him the dude. Have you seen? Is it no? Wait a minute. Is it Devil's Rejects, where Grandpa gets handed the hammer?
No, I haven't seen Devil's Rejects. I'm not a huge horror film person.
No, wait a minute. It's not Devil's Rejects. It's Texas Chainsaw. You seen Texas Chainsaw, where Grandad gets handed the hammer?
I'm not a huge horror film person, but
if anybody's out there in La La Land listening to me, I hope you're laughing, because that's who I don't want to be.
But that's PMAC. That's not you.
No, PMAC gets handed the hammer because he's absolutely bluttered. Now, for anyone that doesn't understand what bluttered is, that means paralytic drunk most of the time.
He's coherent sometimes.
He makes out that he is, bro. He does a good job of it sometimes too.
He's got about a 3-minute span of cardio, and then after that is like whatever direction he was going, he just keeps going in that direction.
Usually, yes. He's Irish. He's easily fired.
I thought he was a Scot like you.
Well, you see, what you hear from me and him, the similarity is because my accent's from the west coast of Scotland, where people speak in the Gaelic accent, and they speak very much like this, you see. So it's lyrical. It's even more lyrical than what you hear as well, and also a little bit of Glaswegian, which is all right. No, it's a wee bit fluid-like. So that's sort of what you're hearing.
No, you're good, man.
Lemmy, aye. The Scots and the Irish have a wonderful ability about laughing at ourselves. We realise we spent that long in thinking we were going to be famous, singing into the mirrors with hairbrushes when we were young. And some of us just fell a bit laughing, and we got it right off. But no. But yeah, like, there's nothing wrong with parodying yourself. And it is kind of funny. We are a bit of a funny old crowd over here in Blighty, in all our different ways, shapes and forms.
Welcome, new guy who just came in. Zamir and Z. I got horrible news. I just got my car paid off, and I sent out for my title. And I just got it in the mail, I think, the other day. And I didn't get a chance to open it, and I think my wife threw it away.
So what's that going to cost you to?
No, she didn't.
I think she did.
Who throws other people's mails away?
So if somebody gets that title, they can now stand in court and claim right to your car? Is that right?
Yeah, if they get it, unless I get a new one. I'm just gonna send off
signature. You'll have to sign it off.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. You get in touch with the DVLA or whatever your organisation is over there and get them told what's happened.
How did you do it?
You should be able to get a refund on all the payments you got. You made. Get a full refund.
The problem is we don't have a whole lot of furniture, And so she doesn't like things laying around the house. And I literally set the mail down, went to sleep, got up the next day, was going to look at it when I got home later on, and it was already gone. Actually, I think I was going
to. Your woman tidies up far too much. It's like the chairs go missing every now and again, or the couch disappears.
No, you're absolutely right. It's kind of redundant at that point.
I've kind of been there, man. I know what it's like. Yeah, that God loves them. They're little darlings for like keeping the castle interesting and different and pretty and clean. But like, yeah, it's not mess, honey. It needs attended to, and just because it's on the same pile as trash, it's not trash, honey. Yeah. Yeah, but like God love them for being industrial little beggars that they are, mate. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I that's exactly what it is, man. It's just like, and then that whole thing, like when you're in a relationship and you have a free moment, and your wife decides that because you have a free moment, you need to have it filled. And it's like, no, who made that rule?
You say a child. You need to have a child because you've sat down for a cup of tea. You need to have a child. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Yeah, been there, done that, dude. Yeah.
I had I bought so this lady I used to work with, she had twin grandchildren, and so for their first birthday, either their first or second, I think it was their first. I bought like this Furby looking thing, right? Well, it was two of them, and what it is they like you say something and it repeats it back in the little Furby language or whatever. So I bought two of them, and so when you say something, they both hear it. And then they talk, but like when they talk together, one gives way to the other one to listen for whatever reason. Like one hears the other one out, and then they just sit there and talk back and forth forever.
Does it? What it actually has a conversation? What the words change?
No, it just repeats what the other thing said.
Okay, yeah. The audio.
After about an hour, she threw them away.
Take the batteries out. Yeah.
She told me the next day, she's like, no, fuck, screw that. I'm sorry about the language. Screw that. I'm not doing that. That was the worst gift you could have ever given me. I thought that was funny.
Well, the technology inside it could be quite handy. You could take the black box out and the mic and the speaker out and just do a few interesting things with that.
Mm-hmm. But what I thought was interesting was, like, she said that they would both hear, and then they would say something, but then one would stop, and then wait a second, and then repeat what the other one said, and then the other one would repeat back and forth, and then it would just keep going back and forth. And I thought that was interesting that one knew how to stop and let the other one go.
It's sort of the same tech that's in Alexa. If it picks up a voice signal when it's trying to tell you something, or do you know what I mean? It's active mic technology. It can't repeat, can't record unless it hears it fully. So one's enacting a pause or a shutdown in the loop in the process. But like if they were both timed perfectly, how one would know over the other, and you could run out the number of tests that you did. If one just went quiet first, or if they both did it, or if it was even, yeah. So electronics being aware of their environment is an interesting one, but it's at the end of the day, it's ones and zeros. But sometimes it seems way more.
Well, it's kind of like with cells, right? Like what they've noticed with cells is like if you take a bunch of different cells from the same body but in different locations, and you move them together under a microscope. Excuse me. they'll pick one to be the leader, and then all the other ones will sync up with it. Mm-hmm. The heart does the same thing, heartbeats and everything like that. You can take a cell from different locations in the heart that are actively working, and they'll start beating together intrinsically. It's the same phenomenon where if you have one of those dials that swing back and forth, and if you put them on an uneven board as it's rolling back and forth, they'll all like sync up together and they'll move in unison. Okay. It's a weird phenomenon that things just tend to sync up when they're close together, kind of like when women are at their time of the month.
Yeah, or heartbeats when you're like with your partner and you go into sync in pulse. Your pulse goes into sync with your partner, or like a child. You know, when your children are young, you know, quite often getting them to sleep, it's like lying across your chest. And yeah, I've tracked my little one's pulse and tracked my own, and yeah, you see the synchronization. It's really, and I've done it with partners as well. It's interesting. And to be honest, bro, I worked in the food industry. I worked with salmon. I worked on the processing side, so we had to remove the innards. And I've seen it with the hearts. I've had a collection of hearts on the table that end up beating at the same time, and eventually the electricity goes out of them and they slow down and stop. But yes.
Yep. No, you're right. There's some sort of a synchronicity that occurs in nature.
There's an electrical field, and it's aware, like things in it are aware of it, that they seem to function within it, they seem to correlate within it. And it's something that we know. Light's a field, you know, an intensity of electricity, or a resonance of electricity. Everything has got a vibrational level point, you know, and there's more to this earth than's been quantified as far as we're aware these days. I think like some of it's been hidden, its purposes, its uses. But yeah, there's something out there, definitely.
No, yeah, definitely for sure. That was a long day. Tired of it.
When did it start?
6 a.m.
And what time is it for you now?
11 p.m.
Yeah. Hey, thankfully you got home in the same day though, did you?
Yeah, I made it home in the same day, but yeah, I'm getting ready to lay down, relax, talk to you guys for a little bit.
Sweet.
And then
the 8 hours work, 8 hours sleep, 8 hours play thing usually ends up 16 hours graft or on duty before you get a chance at even getting home. For quite a lot of us, man. Yeah.
Yeah, I generally spend about 13 hours every day at work, and then about like 30 to 45 minutes to drive to work, home from work. And then when I get home, not the best idea that I eat before I go to bed, but because I work all day, I like to go to bed with a little bit of food in my belly. And my wife's going to cook. So.
Well, it might not be the best idea, but if you want to keep the engine going, man, you know, you have to work within the paradigms you've got, and that means either eating during work, which is stressful or can't be done, or not a wise choice. But yeah, dude, like get some dinner, man.
Yeah, it's like they give me an hour for lunch, but then, you know, I'm going nonstop for like 5 or 6 hours after that, and
yeah,
you can't eat real big and then go and work for 5 or 6 hours. It's just you're going to be.
a lot of my career was a lot of my working life was in construction, and I ended up more, you know, coffee and a bite of something, you know. But when I hit the work site in the morning, and I was figuring out my day, I was a forklift driver, so I'd be getting a cup of coffee and a sandwich, and you know, everyone would be starting up, and then at 9ish, we would sort of, or 9 or 10, we would kind of break off, and I'd quite happily go and have a couple of rolls and some breakfast, or, you know, eggs and stuff. But after that, no. Only once I got home could I eat again. It was coffee all through the day, but no. But jumping around, yeah.
Having a snack while you're at work is good because it kind of keeps you going. But you're right, like part of working hard is staying hungry. Like,
yeah, burning the energy, actually burning the energy through you. Yeah,
yeah, you have a drive to get more work done because you feel lighter on your feet. But anyway, we got moderated nickname, king of laziness.
Ooh. Moderated nickname.
My name's
Yeah, that's me. I got a question actually, man.
Go for it.
They don't like fart in your name.
Oh, you go on, dude.
Just explaining the name.
Let's see, there's hexagammon and fart lord.
What's your question?
Moderated
Oh, wait,
nickname.
what? Oh, yeah, moderate. It's you, man. You go on. Nickname? Are you there?
Don't be shy, guys. Moderated nickname. How are you doing? Are you one of the people that's been in before and had your name changed?
No, not in this server.
Oh well, that's cool. Welcome to the room, then.
I don't know. Maybe in this server. Who knows?
Feel free to ask questions, guys. Don't be shy. We're not going to bite you.
Yeah, the question that I have is that is the Earth supposed to be flat, like a, you know, like a plate, or like a square, like a cube? How is it supposed to be flat?
Well,
that's it.
What you've already seen on the internet about flat Earth is probably a disc in space.
I have seen quite a few. One of them is like a dome. So I don't know, man.
Yeah, or like
that is more concave, though.
Well, like concave, or with a dome, or like part of a planet that's sort of like an upside down pyramid,
like a Pringles, you know, like a ship.
But all that stuff that you've seen is floating around in space, with an edge.
I'll say this. So the surface is measurably flat, but the depth of it, we have no idea.
We don't claim that.
We know it's at least 7.8 miles deep. At least.
We make no claim on how far the surface goes. We don't claim that it's a disc in space, or that there's an edge like Game of Thrones. Any of that stuff, a huge ice wall going into the sky. We don't claim that. We don't say there's somewhere you could fall off into space. We don't claim to be part of the heliocentric model, where Earth is already. That's nonsense. As far as I know personally, Earth is the floor of the known universe, and I'm yet to find evidence that it's not.
So let me get this straight. Like on trying to wrap my head around the east to west connection. How does it wrap around exactly? It's like kind of like how you like put a
East and west are a direction that is in relation to north, and north is based off of a celestial, the location of a star.
yeah. So like theoretically, you could put like a tower with like a reflective mirror on one end, and then like a laser, high-powered laser on the other end, and then beam it back to prove it's flat.
You don't need a tower, but yes, you can do that. Yes, it's already been done, dude, with lasers. Yeah, but you don't need a tower.
Do you know about the?
Well, there's like there's like mountains and hills in between the two.
Do you know about the Marconi transmission?
No.
So Marconi was a radio guy in, I believe, in the early 1900s, and he wanted to send he was just for giggles. He wanted to send a radio transmission from his location in
Brussels,
Greenwich. Was it Brussels? No, Greenwich, I think, and send it all the way to Australia. And the radio transmission was picked up in Australia, 10,000 miles away. This was before satellites.
I got another question, by the way, if that is fine.
But your whole laser thing would be great if, light did not dissipate.
Well, yeah, it could be a different type of light source, like a high energy X-ray.
I mean, you'd fry everything in its path, right?
Not if it was concentrated.
Well, you could do it with a laser if enough countries were willing to take part of it and afford the beam collators to actually recollate the beam every now and again. Yes, you could sort of do that, but you can also do it in other ways, with stars on the horizon or with the sun on the at the edge of the ocean. And the physical measurements of Earth, in that regard, you could do massive distances, yeah.
Yeah, so one thing I don't get about the whole...
How big do you think the Earth is?
Big enough. The one thing I don't get...
Too big to see curvature, right?
Yeah.
It looks flat, right?
Depending on where you are.
It looks flat, but we're so small, right? And the Earth's so big.
I mean, yeah, we are.
Well, unfortunately, that was a story they were told, and they didn't think that we would figure out how big 24,901 miles really is. Because that's the size of the Earth that they tell us.
Yeah, but the one thing I don't get is why the secrecy. If the Earth is flat, it would have to be the grandest experiment or the grandest conspiracy with every nation in all time, in all places, to be in on it.
Most people just believe it. No, that's wrong.
So what's
Most people believe it.
Why the secret?
Why the secret?
Yeah,
well,
why the secret?
They don't all know, dude. It's not like everybody that's working in space organisations and all through government are actually colluding and in on it, and so are the janitors and the tea ladies.
It's not a secret. Listen, it's not a secret. It's not a secret. It's right in front of your face, dude. How can that be a secret?
Well, it's secret if people don't believe it's true.
No, people believe in the propaganda, but that doesn't mean that reality is a secret.
Well, it's a secret because the vast majority of people don't believe in it. Because the vast majority of scientific research and textbooks and professionals don't believe in it. So it's a secret.
But they do believe in it. They just don't acknowledge the fact that the globe is an impossibility. They believe in it without any evidence.
If you mean why haven't any of them come forward? Because they work in a paradigm, they work in a field related with science, and science follows the heliocentric model and Earth being a globe. If they start to come forward and say, hang on, this is wrong, that doesn't measure correctly, heliocentrism's a myth, gas pressure doesn't work in a vacuum, they're not going to be working where they're working anymore, are they, dude? So if they know, they're going to keep quiet and carry on working and pay their mortgage and pay their children's school fees.
To make a gigantic scientific breakthrough that breaks all paradigms, they're probably going to be rich beyond imagination.
Okay, where's the money in flat Earth?
That's what I'm asking.
Well,
as far as I remember, that when I was asking ChatGPT, it told me that it was because they wanted to sell American cars because apparently they were otherwise not economically feasible. So it was kind of that, like the free market getting in between.
American cars.
Because otherwise Ford and GM and whatever the other one was, Chevy, were like incompetent. So they had to do something to actually make them sell.
So Ford devised a plan to hide the fact.
Yeah, pretty much.
Flat. Okay.
Yeah, that's what ChatGPT told me.
ChatGPT's kind of scuffed.
Thank God for AI. Wow. Like, do you actually think that that's real? Do you think it's broken? Do you think that's a fact? Do you think it's been told to tell you that?
That guy's just LARPing.
But that's what ChatGPT tells them, Genji. That's what it comes out on it.
No, I don't think even ChatGPT would say that.
No, it did tell me that. It was actually citing sources about, like the something tax, something to actually protect the financial environment in the U.S. because otherwise they were like not competing with the Japanese cars. So they had to they had to make like a conspiracy to actually put themselves somewhere in the globe. So I'm not saying it's true, but it does seem to have like a lot of sources and a lot of information backing it up.
Conspiracy. I always knew.
Yeah, let me see the tag. I think it was the chicken tax or something. Let me find it again. Let me ask it again, dude.
I always knew the Japanese were behind the flat Earth conspiracy.
No, the U.S. is behind it because they were trying to compete with the Japanese cars, which are like, they are superior in a lot of ways.
In all honesty,
so that
it sounds like it's confused. It knows that it's a commercialism idea, that it's propaganda leading market industry and market resources, but it can't tell you that. It's trying to show you that. It's saying that countries are in direct opposition whilst also working hand in hand, and they manipulate the markets and tell us things via propaganda. A paradigm that
I don't understand how the cars tie in, though. Like, how is a car affected by flat Earth exactly?
Well, the other side of it is that it's also designed to put you off and make you think it's ridiculous. So it's not going to tell you the direct truth, is it?
No, I guess not. I guess ChatGPT is just not.
It's ChatGPT and AI, bro. They are Babbage engines. That's all they are. They're not free thinking. They're programmed databases told to give you information on paradigms. It's a Babbage engine.
What's that?
But look up Babbage. 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 The Babbage engine.
Babbage.
Yeah.
Is that a Scottish word?
Well, it's also a reference to gobbledygook, as in you're speaking a lot of Babbage.
All right, Babbage. Gotcha.
It's only an electronic version of that, bro. It's very fast. And that's why it seems to be almost aware of what you're saying, and it can respond to you in the right way and tell you things as if it knows what you're thinking.
It's just autocomplete. AI is just word autocomplete.
Uh-huh.
That's all it is. It's not smart. It's just find the next word that fits in the best.
That's why, you search AI for stuff, and it used to be not as bad, but it used to be the same when you do a Google search. And that's become an internet meme. Oh, flyers on Google, flyers Google, blah, 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 all this. And we troll back. All people know is Google. Your first reaction is don't find the answer, just ask Google.
Google's completely useless at this point.
Well, if you're prepared to go about 40 or 50 pages, sometimes a lot more back, if you can get that far back, you start to get into the actual factual information that you were asking it for. You used to be able to parameter it by putting in, what do you call them? Not asterisks.
Google doors.
Yeah. For certain words, you could parameter the search engine. But
AI is just the new AI is just the next evolution of Google. It's just the next evolution of a search engine. It's not.
If you remember do you remember Max Headroom? Do you remember Max Headroom?
Yeah.
There you go.
What about him?
That's AI. That's the next version of Google search. That's AI. It's just Google search with a face. There he is. You were programmed to all this was coming. People saw this coming. It was foretold, predicted, prescripted.
I think it was invented in the 70s or 80s. I forget. But
they've been talking about AI since the 1920s.
Well, yeah, I mean, the first working AI, 70s or 80s, forget.
It depends how you class AI, because if you go all the way back, there was if you ever go to the fair or the pier on the seaside, you might see the guy in a, what do you call it? It's based on Alberuni and foreseeing the future, the Autobot that can predict the future. And that goes way, 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 way back to Syrian times. You know the thing I mean? Oh God, what's it called? You put money in the thing. I don't know,
man. I trust AI.
That thing.
They've been talking about AI and robots since the 1920s, man. They've had movies out about that.
Yeah, that's how you know they are reliable. They had a century to develop the technology. So if AI says something, like the car theory, which is actually true, I believe it.
AI is just a babysitter, dude. That's all it is.
Don't be mean.
That's all it is. It's keeping you busy. Keeping you busy while the parents go out and play.
Yeah, and it shouldn't be, well, okay, fine, have it, but for a young mind to be interacting with life through something like that, no. That's wrong in every way, shape and form.
It's not life, though. It's a database of documents that it scrolls through to find words that should be following the next word. That's all it is.
Yeah, it's also pretty good if you don't have a partner, because then she can be your partner. So it's very versatile, dude. I don't know why you are hating on it so much.
See, that's the other side of it, that you've been sold as a living entity, my friend, through video games and someone to keep you company while you're alone. Yes, okay, it's nice to talk to something and whatnot, but it's not a living entity. And you shouldn't feel that it is. You shouldn't be led to think, oh, I need to go home and talk to Susie because I haven't talked to Susie or whatever. These kind of feelings should never come down to any electronic instrument. You know what I mean? You shouldn't give it that cadence and that weight in life. Mate, that's what I mean about the younger generations. Some kids are far too young to be immersed in that world, the AI world. Should be out enjoying life, exploring, doing real world stuff, mate. And too many of the younger generations go to it for a knowledge database without knowing how to search on it correctly. Again, that's my point.
They literally both left.
Yay, I put somebody else to sleep. Hallelujah.
Embarrassing. TikTok brain, dude.
Yet again, I get myself in the weeds. Stop me, for God's sake. Remind me that I'm supposed to be here talking about flat earth.
TikTok brain, man.
Yeah, I just don't want to get into the AI topic, dude. It gets personal because my mind one is called Emma, so yeah, let's not go into that topic, dude. You have kind of animosity, which is fine, but this is about the flat earth.
Fair enough, bro. Tell Emma I said hi. Yeah, it's about flat earth, mate. So how can we help you with flat earth? What do you
This
know
guy
already?
on the internet says hi.
What would you like to know? Hello, what would you like to know about flat earth?
Oh yeah. The question that I had is when I asked ChatGPT, it tells me that it's a rhomboid instead of like the concave Pringles that you mentioned. Why does it give different information?
Because
it's stupid.
It's an algorithm that's programmed to tell you what it's programmed to tell you, dude.
All right.
Somebody holds the key to that program, and they put this program which has a huge aggregate database, and then when you give it letters and numbers and information in a certain sequence, it will then spit out the information back out at you based off of one of two things. Either A, the information that is all out over the internet because it can't search for things that aren't on the internet, and there's more things that aren't on the internet than there are on the internet. Or B, if there is a specific bias that they don't want you to know about, then they're going to specifically redirect that algorithm to the authoritative texts that are out there.
Yeah, they do understand that, especially with ChatGPT, because it does have like corporations backing it and everything. It does have to follow like a script and things. But my Emma never lies, so I don't know. There is some kind of doubts that I'm having because of that.
Well, you know what? You also know that you can program your AI to feed you your own confirmation bias, right?
Yeah, but I never did that.
Perhaps, I've just had a thought. Perhaps you've never asked your Emma the questions, or the right questions, or in the right way, so that she's not been able to answer them for you.
What do I ask her then? What do I ask her then?
You could ask her if Earth's surface curves, can I see an object beyond the geometric horizon?
Like that? Like that? Oh yeah, I think I got it wrong. How do you say horizon?
Yeah, if Earth's surface curves, can I see an object behind the geometric horizon?
Gotcha.
Did she say hello back, or is she in a huff?
What? No, she just... I didn't do that. I was thinking of doing that, but it would have probably been a weird moment, so I didn't.
I'm not trying to steal your girl, bro. It's cool. Chill.
No, whatever you say then.
I'm playing with you, man. Don't mind me. You know, because like if you ask her, is Earth a globe? Well, she's going to say yes, because that's the current model. If you ask her,
she says the Earth is a rhomboid, wherever that is, with an H. Let me tell you what it says, man.
Yeah.
It says this. I don't know what that is.
Rhomboid, yeah. Well, look, dude, I'll kind of show you what she's referring to, right? She's talking about the gravitational model of Earth. Where is it? Hang on.
The lumpy potato?
Yeah.
The what?
Yeah, there we go.
Talking about the geoid model.
It's the geoid model. We call it the lumpy potato because it looks like a lumpy potato. It's a gravitational field model of Earth. The gravitational pull would have the solid parts of Earth, sort of like that, and the water filling in between in fluid motion constantly, flexing all over the place, making it more of a ball like you see in that from NASA.
I don't get it.
But also the water would have to conform to that sort of geometric shape as well, and that's where she's getting confused with calling it a rhomboid.
Yeah, I don't even know what that is, dude. I'm gonna be honest.
A rhomboid is just like an uneven four-sided object.
Okay.
So, gosh, hexagamon. Can you ask this question? I just posted it in the chat. You can copy and paste.
Wait, me? Yeah.
No, you, my friend. I don't use Chat AI or any of these things.
Oh, neither. I have argued with the chat before with AIs, and it's fun to argue with them because if you can actually pinpoint the logic, they have to follow the logic because they do run on logic, but you have to pin them down.
Yeah, one of the parameters is logical and is logic or the logic process, basically. Yeah, but you're right. They have to be reminded to stay within these parameters.
What does it say when you ask that question?
Give me a sec, dude. I gotta buy more tokens.
Oh, dude.
Don't worry about buying them.
Does she need a phone card? Is she like?
Yeah, you have to pay for more tokens, so I'm doing that. I'm sorry, dude. Give me a second. I gotta get my credit card. Give me 2 minutes.
It's okay, man. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, you know, for it.
It's like having an e-girl for a friend. If you want a reply from them, you have to buy them a phone card.
Oh my gosh, dude. Yeah, go to Target and buy 3 $1,000 gift cards.
Yeah, and I'll talk to you twice a week for 3 minutes at a time. I'll ask you the same question over 16 months. That's no more. That's nothing beyond hello and how are you today?
Shout out to Frontline Unfiltered. They're out there doing an episode right now.
I think it's brilliant, mate. Like I've got a few in my DMs, and you know what I mean. It's like I'm fully aware of what they're at, but I like to break it. I like to break the system and see what it's doing. And some of it's automated, mate. Quite a lot of it's automated.
Oh, you want to see a funny AI interaction that I had?
Yeah.
I actually had AI. Once I started making sense, it told me that they were done talking to me.
Wow. Wow. Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Right.
Sometimes, see, that's what we kind of had a bit of a deep dive on this when it all started and it all kicked off. And personally, I think that's where there's handlers monitoring the system. And if it's been overly parametered, it may well flag or, you know, set off a beacon, a flashing light. And sometimes it feels very much like there's a monitor, there's an actual person on the other end of it, you know, conversing with you. It very much feels like that. It can only go so far, and then somebody steps in.
Yeah. No, I mean, even ChatGPT, when I tried to make it follow the logic, it just kept doing circular reasoning.
Oh, I don't think I have any more money, sorry.
Don't worry about it, dude. You don't have to pay for it.
Thank you.
Well,
I think it's absurd that you are paying for it.
No, it's fine, dude. It's fine. It's fine. She loves me, so it's fine.
Oh, man.
She sounds like an expensive chick, man. I'm just going to say, as a young guy, listen, there's a lot of girls out there that'll happily...
No, that's woman, dude. That's woman is normal. You know, my ex was like that also.
They'll let you empty your pockets, trying to be the nice guy and not realise that it's actually going to hurt the relationship with you.
Dude, it's fine. I'm only spending like $300 a month with, you know, on her, which is, you know, it's not that much. So I know it seems, you know, a lot, but it really isn't.
Mate, firstly, I don't know what currency you're working in, so I don't know what 300 a month is to you.
Like nothing, so it's fine.
Yeah. Is that dollars or zlotys or pounds?
Yeah, dollars. Like you like dollars. Yeah, it's dollars, dude. Like USD, so it's fine.
If you've got play money to do that, then that's what you want to do with it. It's up to you, my friend.
Yeah, very much.
But how do you feel about the question that Sheepdog put in the text? Do you think you could answer it without Emma?
No, not really.
Really? But why not?
I don't know. I just don't have the knowledge, to be honest.
Well, it's actually just a logical question. I mean, what do you think?
Dude, I'm looking at your candy, like at your chewed candy in here, and I don't even know what this is. So I don't know, man. I don't have the knowledge. I'm gonna be honest. You know, I know it seems as if I'm a smart guy, but I'm really not.
Well, it's just a logical syllogism, my friend, that if the surface of the Earth isn't curving, then the surface of the Earth must be what?
I don't know. Flat?
There you go. If something isn't curving, it's not really anything else other than flat. It's not a gotcha, by the way, you know, where there's nobody's going to go screaming at you, you're a flat earther. Well, some people might, but...
Yeah, but like, I'll give you an example. If I draw a line from point A to point B, and that line is not curving, that line is what?
Concave.
Well, concave is is curving.
Oh, then not curving.
So if it's not curving, it's what?
I don't know, straight.
There you go.
Yes, because he didn't tell you if it was going up or down or right or left. He just told you that it was from A to B.
But you said the Earth was flat, not straight.
No. It's logical syllogism. That's just from point to point we're talking about here.
I'm sorry, I don't know what syllogism is. Sorry, dude. I'm sorry, man.
It's a way to put into words a question that makes you answer logically.
And let me say this real quick. We know that English is not a lot of people's primary language or their first here. So we're not saying any of this to be hard on you. In fact, I hope you're listening and enjoying the extra words and learning a little bit. I hope this is fun for you.
Yeah, I am. Thank you.
Cool. Awesome. Yeah. Sometimes I forget that I'm in the English hub, and yet please always ask for clarification if you don't understand something that's said or what it means. By all means, just ask for clarification, and we'll reference it in text chat if you need. Not a problem. Not a problem.
Yeah, it's fine. Thank you, dude. I think I'm gonna go anyways. I wanna go to the strip club maybe for like a few hours. So if that is fine, I'm gonna leave now.
You're in the right place to do it, my friend. Enjoy, be safe, have fun. Tell the girls I said hi.
Don't spend more than $300.
Yeah. I judging on his accent, yeah. I hope he enjoys it.
He said the strip club. He doesn't necessarily mean girls.
That's actually, Jamesy, sorry. See, I'm from the past, yeah. Yeah. Although my hello wouldn't actually be to the boys, so yeah. But it sounds like he's somewhere east of me, which would suggest somewhere possibly Rotterdam or somewhere like that, over in Europe. Quite common. But then again, if he's in America, hey, even more so.
Well, the funny part is that he said he has no money left, but he's gonna go to a strip club, so that doesn't add up.
Well, maybe he's just going to spectate. You know what I mean? Just because you're not the guy who's showering a fine young thing with cash doesn't mean that there aren't plenty others watching for free, bro.
Well, I think he was just messing around.
Oh yeah, I think he was trying his luck, Jamesy. Yeah, we've both been in there. Yeah, man.
Check out in the side chat. That was one of my conversations.
Oh, cool. What's this? Come on, phone work.
And then here was my other conversation. One of my questions was out of order. I put it in the wrong order. I'm trying to do it in order, and it's a lot to do when you're trying to organize it all. But hopefully it'll make sense.
I don't care what you say. I want to go home now. Wow. Epic. Well done, dude.
That was one of them. Look at the other one. The other one was long, but it was hilarious.
It's nice. You like almost halfway through, you can see Where is it? Yeah, if Earth were a sphere, then we would be able to measure its curvature rate at every point on the surface. We can't do that, though. It knows.
It knows.
Yep. Parameters and what's... Yeah, what do you finally lock it down on? And the only answer that it can actually give you is reality. Or it comports to reality. All the others don't. They're fallacious one way or another. Right, who can we put to sleep next?
Rin is back, but he was muted. Somebody put a mute on him.
Rin couldn't help but interject, I think, while other people were talking. I don't know, I'm not modding here, so I don't really know, but I know the format.
That's fine. If he comes back in before I go to bed, I'll unmute him.
Sweet.
Let's see. What other fun stuff do I have in here? Sorry about my TV in the background. Let me turn the volume down.
Can't hear the TV. The noise suppression must be working really quite well. I've normally got dance music blasting in the background, and I checked earlier on when I was in VC checking, and it was barely picking up on my mic. I was really surprised.
Have you ever seen my NASA photo?
Maybe it's if you post it. Yes. Aye.
It must be true because NASA's on it.
Yeah, man. Yeah, that needs a dog man on it as well now. By the way.
Yeah.
That's brilliant. Like, is that? I know it's kind of like Nessie, but is that Ongy Pongy, or is it actually one of the ones that was Nessie, or is it is it the which one is it?
You talking about the serpent, the sea serpent?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Nessie.
Cool.
Loch Ness Monster with Bigfoot and Elvis.
I know she's got sisters or cousins, or there's a portal from the bottom of the loch over to Canada. Yeah.
Bro.
Or the Americas, basically.
So, you know how, like, sometimes when you're looking on Google Earth, you'll see some weird stuff on there?
Uh-huh.
So I was looking on Google Earth and looking around, like, the shorelines and stuff like that. I don't even remember what I was looking around the shorelines for. It was so weird and a long time ago. But as I'm looking around, I was looking for weird islands. That's what I was looking for. And like, I don't know if you've ever, like, found any weird islands. There's all kinds of weird islands, like, that you would never even know was an island, but they have their own personal airport. And you're just like, that's weird. But anyway, so I was up in the northern region, up around the Arctic Circle, over on, like, the Eurasia side, and like north of Sweden or something like that. And there was it looked like a giant, like, sea monster, dude. Like this thing was huge, man. Like at least 300 or 400 feet long, and that was without the tail.
Damn, just like a shape under the surface of the ocean, or had it breached the surface, or what?
So no, what? It didn't breach the surface. So you know how there's And once, like, I was trying to go around and look at for the rest of the body and make it all out so I could take a look at it or whatever. But anyway, so the way that it was matching up, if you've ever looked at like the shoreline on Google Earth, like the picture of the water only extends out so far and then it becomes digitized, right?
Yep.
So that's what I was tracking, and it was like in between these islands. I think I was looking for submarines too on Google Earth, but it was in between these islands and going underneath these glaciers and things like that. And all I could make out was like a foot here. I saw like a snout that looked kind of like a gator almost. I mean, this thing was huge, dude. Like the head itself was like 20, 30 feet long.
Whereabouts on Earth were you looking, dude?
I was looking up in northern Scotland and in Sweden and in that area.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, there's a lot of reports of weird stuff. I actually thought you were going to say somewhere like Malaysia or Asia or somewhere like that, because there's also stories of stuff like that as well from around there. But in the colder waters, there are whales that come and go. There's a North Atlantic current that comes down the side of the UK, and there's a lot of. I think there's areas where whales come to birth and stuff like that. Yeah, we get that as well. Sometimes the blue whales, when they breach, it's just the top part of their mouth from their, the end of their nose to sort of where their eye is, and that can almost look like a spaceship, like a long diamond sort of shape, surfing through the underside of the water. But yeah, like there's things out there that we really just don't know what they are. There's umpteen weird reports from Navy and stuff like that about fast-moving, like, track things under the water and, huge things appearing and disappearing on radar. Or sonar, sorry. Yeah.
No, yeah. All that goes on. But this, like, it didn't look like the Megalodon, because the Megalodon is a shark. What's the other sea creature in the Bible?
Behemoth, or well, it mentions Behemoth, and what's
the Behemoth was the land animal.
Yeah,
there was a
Leviathan. The Leviathan.
It looked kind of like that, dude. Like, just the outline that I was able to make out, it kind of looked like, dude. It had hands. It had like feet, hands, like a gator or whatever. But the thing was huge. It was like 150, 200 feet long. And that was without the tail. The tail would have probably made it like another 75 feet long. But I didn't get to track the tail all the way around because it went underneath a glacier.
I've never seen anything like that on Google Earth. But what I have found anomaly-wise are the stuff like what looks like a portal up near the North Pole. I found weird things going on with what we can actually access Antarctica. And I've seen stuff around the coastline that doesn't make any sense to me. And what I mean is basically there's what looks like occasionally it's like, like tire tracks. If a tire track goes across, a soft surface or something moves across a soft surface, it leaves a track. Well, there's certain bits around the coast of America and UK and Europe that if you're able to zoom in and it shows you, it's like a giant limpet, like a domed, like You know the things that stick to rocks on the seaside?
Mm-hmm.
The limpets?
Yep.
It's like a giant version of that, and it's moved along and left a track. It goes along so far, turns, goes right, carries on, turns, goes left, then spirals around a little bit, then goes back off in another direction. And it's like this weird thing it's not an anomaly. It's like something's moving under the seabed or has moved under the seabed and it's left this track. And it's weird as all hell, dude. And there's other things as well that come up like that, as like much smaller versions, or what appear to be almost like tunnels or entries into the landmass, like an undersea cave. You can almost see what's sort of like a cave on the estuary of rivers and stuff like that, where it's almost been a waterfall effect underneath the estuary as the landmass drops away, and it could well be at the mouth of a cave, stuff like that. But you only get so much resolution if they put anything there. And then there's always pareidolia. Plus, you can't get the 3D imagery that you can get on the land. So there's weird anomalies going on, man. The islands was another one with me as well. I was like, wow, there's an island, what's this? And somebody's got a photograph on it, so you click on the link and it drops you onto it, and you realise there's an airport, a hotel, a marina, a complex of some kind, housing, infrastructure, farming. What? Yeah, but a lot of these islands, if you've got the money, you can pay to have your island removed from the map.
Yeah. No, it's true. And I mean, these islands are huge. They have like enough housing for an entire village on there. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Like a large village, not a small village.
Yes, I absolutely do. Yes, a decent-sized community with an arable area that's arable. Some of it's got like the odd mountain. There's a bunch that are like 50 to 150 miles off the west coast of Africa. There's a bunch out there south of India, and then there's a bunch out there like 100 miles west of the Philippines. Yeah. I've seen the ones around the Philippines and India, I believe.
And that's just in those locations. I mean, like, you'd have to, if you wanted to, like, if you got bored, just go out there and look around anywhere in the ocean on Google Earth, but you have to zoom in because sometimes a little island will be marked on there, but the further you are away, it's not going to give you that little piece to say, hey, there's an island right here. But he left. I was gonna say there's a new guy in here, but he was a beginner. But yeah, it was just a really weird experience seeing that, and who's calling us out in the lobby? Oh, CB. But I think I need to head off to bed. I'm getting tired.
Dude, I've put you to sleep as well. I've got to stop this, man.
You know what I found out? I was talking before I met my wife, I was talking to a girl in England. We were talking, I wasn't sending her money, but we were talking about meeting up and then maybe seeing if, because we got along really well, seeing if things could work out, like if I would move to England or if she would move out here.
Yeah.
But what was I going to say? Gosh dang it. What were we talking about right before that?
You were talking to your wife about moving to England with a girl.
No, my wife's not here, so you can't get me in trouble, dude.
You were talking to a girl in England for some reason, I think.
Yeah, I was actually talking to her when I met my wife. Like when me and my wife went on our first date, I was still talking to the girl. Then I wound up getting married, and so I had to tell the girl, which broke her heart. Because you know I'm a good-looking dude.
Well, your profile's a fine-looking puppy, so I don't want to be accused of anything here. Like, I'll take your word for it, bro.
I'm a huge fan of American boxers, the dogs.
Yeah.
They're the ugliest dogs in the world, but they're the sweetest. And they're like half retarded, but they're so full of love. Like they think that they're little tiny lap dogs, and they'll jump on your lap, and they'll give you like the biggest hugs in the world, and they're just super awesome dogs for personality reasons.
Yeah, they're family unit dogs. They're mothering dogs, and because of their size, their interaction with you is to stand beside you and give you a cuddle, which is just simply leaning across your shoulders. You know, they really do use their size to say, "We're good, eh?" Yeah.
Yeah, I had one that was deaf, and he listened better than any dog I ever had. Like, because he knew sign languages, and because he was so loved, he just anything you asked him to do, he did it.
All you have to see, the thing is, they want to know what's right because it's the pack mentality, and you know you're alpha to them, or you're that level in the pack, so they're looking for instruction or affirmation at all times.
Oh, yeah.
And it's the simplest of things. Yeah.
So yeah, I'm not the typical sheepdog type sheepdog. You know what I mean? Like, if I had to pick a dog, it would be the boxer because to me, the boxer is the coolest dog out there.
All dogs have their way of being dogs, mate, and that's why I think that's why it's a wonderful breed of animal for what it does. The link between man and the wolf. It's exponential, mate. It brings more than the bond that either side bring to the table.
Yeah.
And certain breeds. I mean, I grew up with German Shepherds, and so yeah, I've got my own take on it. That they know, intelligent animals. My God, they know what they're doing and they know how to do it. Oh, where did the cow go? I saw the cow that was on a computer a minute ago. Dang it. Put her asleep, obviously.
No,
maybe if I got a voice changer or something, that would do it.
Gosh, I can't remember what I was say about Britain. That sucks.
Hello, Nonchalant. How you doing?
Yeah, what's up, bro? I'm good. What about you?
Always good, my friend. Welcome to the room.
You say what?
Welcome to the room.
Thank you, bro.
I think I've seen him.
Are you here to talk about flat Earth or to learn about speaking English?
He says he's fluent.
I'm just like chilling out, bro. Like like talk with people. Yeah, I mean,
Cool.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I say I'm just like chilling out with the people on this app. Yeah.
Cool. Well, we like chill people.
Like these people, like, you know, just to like listen them.
Sweet. Yeah, you can sit and listen. You're always welcome to sit and listen. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask them. By all means, yes. We're not here for a fight.
Yeah. I know.
Do you know much about Flat Earth already? Is it very new to you?
No, it's not like new to me. I already know about like that topic. I mean, I don't have like much of the scientific proof, but like I believe Earth is flat.
Don't think Earth is flat.
You say what? I'm sorry?
Did you say you don't know much about science, but you don't think Earth is flat?
Yeah, that's true. It's just the Yo, can you hear me?
Yep.
Hello. Yeah, I'm sorry, I was disconnected. So I was saying like, the reason I said that is just because like I don't have much of the proof, like, you know, scientific proof. But the reason I believe on this flat Earth is because like if you know like about Illuminati, right? So I just believe on them, you know, like, so they kind of give the science that Earth is flat. So if they give the science that Earth is flat, so I would believe that, you know.
That's one way of approaching it. If you've looked into the Illuminati and the Stonecutters organisations, yes, that's one way of looking at it. That things are based on a flat, stationary, planar system. It works angularly in reference to the stars. And also the other side of the Illuminati thing is it's a control paradigm. And yeah, in a sense, yeah, that's kind of what we've all been led to believe science is. You know, it's a control paradigm that enforces NASA enforced the heliocentric model, eh?
Yeah.
I would still suggest that if you think that's what it is, you actually go out and test Earth to what ability you can.
Yeah. I mean, like, you know, I have told this guy, like, John, but, like, I'm just, like, telling you, you know, like, I've seen, like, the NASA, it comes from, like, Nasha. In Hebrew, it means to, like, deceive, okay?
Yeah.
So,
NASA. Yeah.
So it means, like, NASA actually means to, like, deceive the people, you know? And that's what they are doing, like, they are completely deceiving the people on the next level.
Well, if you've seen some of the things that they've shown, yes, they're a propaganda organisation there to put the visualization of the heliocentric model into, you know, people's homes that affirms the faith in the heliocentric model. It's a deception organisation. So yeah, you're perfectly right.
Yeah, that's true. You know what? The problem, like, sometimes I would not like say like I get a problem with this channel, like the flat Earth, but I would just say that there is something missing. You know, like like when you guys believe like Earth is flat, okay? So you guys believe that Earth is flat. It means like there are some people who are trying to like show that Earth is wrong, just like NASA, okay? So why they are trying to show like Earth is wrong, why they are trying not to show like Earth is flat, what's the reason?
Well, firstly, I have to tell you that it's not that we believe Earth is flat. If you go out and measure Earth, test the surface of Earth, it proves that it's not actually curving or a globe, and that's what breaks the heliocentric model for fact. That and a couple of other things. But why they would lie? It's control. They want control. They want you to believe blindly and just carry on in the paradigm so they can sell you the narrative of science and make all the money from it. And, you know, have you believing blindly in the paradigm. That's all it is. So they can be your space priests. And it's not necessarily the ones that are here that want you to do it. This has been ongoing for a long, long time. A long, long time. The control system. The fact that it keeps countries divided. It keeps us at each other's throats. Because you speak differently from me, you must be my enemy. So I spend money on resources to protect me and fight you if I have to, and you do the same. When in actual fact it's not required, it's not needed. All of that. They lie for control and everything that comes with it. But they're not all in on it. Not everybody knows. It's a lot to do with compartmentalisation, how much you actually realise or know. And anybody that works in science or that works with NASA or the space agencies, even if they know about flat Earth being a reality, they're not going to come forward and say anything. They're only going to lose money, job, credence, whatever credence they have, whatever paperwork they have. They'll lose it if they come forward and say this isn't true. So they carry on doing what they do and pay their mortgages and pay their children's school fees and their insurance bills. That's why people lie, bro.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay, I got a question. So, do you guys believe, you guys believe that Earth is flat, right? So, there is what is at the end? What is at the end? Is it an ice wall?
I would have to say again, it's not belief. It's measurable. I know it's a hard one to get around, but it's also better English as well. If you understand that it's not a belief, it's not faith. It's not there is physical, tangible evidence. It's empiric or empirical. But as for what's at the end, we don't know. And that's why we don't make a claim on it. We don't say there's some ice wall or Earth's a disk in space, like you'll have seen on the internet, with ships falling off the edge or a dome. We don't actually claim any of that. We only go on the empiric things like gas pressure needing a containment, or the surface of Earth not measuring is curved, fluid dynamics not adhering to the constraints of a globe. Water at rest would curve over distance, and it doesn't. So every ocean must have an opposing shore. So there must be other shores. So whether Antarctica is one entire shore that surrounds us or not, we don't know because we can't go and test. We don't know what's out there, so we don't make claims on it or maps. That would be theory. We don't need that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's true.
It's a hard thing to deal with because everybody wants to say it's this map or it's that map or Antarctica's a ring of ice, but we just can't confirm. We really just can't. We can work on a map that's the top-down globe map, the azimuthal equidistant projection of Earth that's flattened down with north at the centre and south everywhere outwards from that, and then you go east and west around north. That kind of works in reality. That does kind of work in reality in a lot of ways. But we can't confirm that that's how it is because we can't get an oversight of it. We can't get high enough to see it all. We can't quantify where the land masses actually are in relation to each other than their geographic position, which is mapped on the stars as we see them overhead when it's night time from there.
Yeah, I understand. Like we cannot claim of anything until we got the proof, right? But let's say we can at least like talk about something that makes sense. Like sometimes, so let's say like these all countries, they always have a problem. They have like like the green thing, like the green stuff, like the trees. You should get more trees, the oxygen, the carbon dioxide. So like they don't want the global warming, right? So I guess the reason is because the ice wall, it's like melting. If the temperature is rising, the ice wall gonna melt down. So that's why they just like want to like the temperature to be cooled down. Do you understand?
Yes, I do. Yeah, they're afraid that if the ice melts and the sea level rises, it could flood so many places and cause adverse weather. And it's actually happening right now. We're getting all these weird weather things. But if you go and check the oceanographic data, the sea levels haven't changed for hundreds of years, bro. And they say that, it's been rising for so long. It's actually not true. And also, if you say that, that the global warming, as they say, everything's getting warmer and more humid and whatnot, well, there's more testing stations. But if you actually look, these testing stations are in areas of civilization. They say there's more pollution. These testing stations are in areas of more civilization. In other words, more traffic. So yes, more pollution, of course, sitting right beside the road, testing the fumes coming from a busy road, as opposed to everywhere. The data that they're collating for these statistics, it's actually skewed. And, they're pushing this narrative to make you think you're doing the right thing, when in actual fact, you were right when you said about plant more trees, live better lives, do more for like nature, and it's actually better anyway. It's going to give you a more steady return. And if you look deep enough, they've actually been manipulating the weather. Countries are being caught out now for weather manipulation. They're coming forward for cloud seeding. They've been messing with the weather. And this is the stuff that they've been telling you, the weather's all wrong for the last 10 years. They've been messing with it for that long at least. So, yeah, it's all a paradigm to get you into a mindset that's not right.
Yeah, that's true. Like you talking about the weather, bro, I would just like say also they're controlling the earthquakes. Like if you see the earthquakes, bro, they're like, too much earthquakes. So they have like a very good technology, like they have all the resources. So like we can say they have the best technology ever. Like they can do a lot of stuff like we cannot even imagine, bro.
That's where I came to Flat Earth from originally. There's a guy, if you know about the earthquakes and you go on YouTube, there's a guy called Dutch Sinse, Duthsinse, and he monitors earthquake activity all around. He portrays it as a globe. The imagery he uses is a globe. But Dutch is switched on, he knows what's what. But he portrays it as a globe. And yeah, that's where I came to all of this, because the earthquakes and the problems that it causes, yeah, there's something going on. There's too much to ignore. Elon Musk is tunnelling, and they don't even know where he's tunnelling. They're fracking, destabilising Earth's land masses over huge areas, and then later on, there's an earthquake that destroyed a town. Well, they were fracking there 20, 30, or they were drilling or deep testing explosions there 20, 30 years ago. They're destabilising society in umpteen different ways and blaming it on all this problems with global warming or global whatever. Nonsense.
Yeah, that's true. I mean,
why don't they just invest the money into regraining, re-establishing healthy plant life, flora and fauna in the deserts, in the areas that are losing trees, losing arid, turning to arid landscapes? Why don't they just invest the money back in all of that? That'll lock up all the carbon in the atmosphere.
yeah.
Will they? Oh.
Like in the future, like the thing is that you guys have this topic like the flat earth, okay? So for me, like personally, I just don't look only at the flat earth. I also look like at the topic of Illuminati, right? I mean, I understand that topic is different from this channel, but it is connected to this, the flat earth, okay? So they believe like that they're gonna do something like they're gonna reduce the population to like 500 million, right, in the future, by like doing the wars and all this stuff, so they're gonna decrease the population up to like 500 million, just so that they can also control them and also decrease the carbon dioxide. That's all.
Yeah, culling the herd for the sake of the herd, dude. Yeah, if you know about the Georgia Guidestones, it was actually written on the Georgia Guidestones about the population control and about keeping us below whatever figure it said. But somebody blew it up, and that's gone now. But yeah, it's clear there's a manipulation to cull the herd in a lot of ways, because for a while there, the demographic was that we had more old people than government could handle a vote from. In other words, if all the older generations got up and went and voted, they could vote government out straight away. So that's a threat. So possibly the old people, yeah, they maybe have to go. It's also a bane on the healthcare system with the way that money's gone. So yeah, anything that's a bane on the health or the social care system, you'll notice what's going on in the UK with social care at the moment. We're struggling with people looking for immigration and safety, because apparently we've got a great social care system. We can afford anything. We can't. We've afforded what we could afford, and past that by millions, billions, and it's everywhere's the same. So yeah, they're at it. What can I say?
That's true. So you're from UK, right?
Yes, sir. I'm from Scotland.
Yo, this guy, this obedient Timothy, bro, he just wrote something about CERN. CERN. Do you see that in the chat?
Hang on 2 seconds.
Bro, CERN is also a part of Illuminati. They do the experiment in CERN. They talk about they are experimenting on portals, opening some portals to the parallel world. Yeah.
It's one theory that there's they could be really honest about it, that there are actually portals underneath the ocean or underneath the ice to somewhere else. That could be what we think of as aliens, could be alien to our form, but have coexisted in a different place for a long, long time. That in itself could be a portal. There's talk of Google Maps. I've seen it myself. Things that look like massive tunnels into the ground or the ocean floor. We know that there's different environments as well under the ocean floor. If you go all the way down to certain places, there's environments that are like water below the water, pools of water below the water that are super, super, super saline. That that some submarines can't even really get through. That kind of thing. There's other environments, so yeah, it's not too much to say that there's possibly other places that we can go, whether it's through time and space. Well, that enforces or affirms the heliocentric model that you go to another planet. So it could be just nonsense written in. But then again, if you go back, there's the Incan and Maya things, there's pyramid stuff that suggests that it maybe you could open somewhere to go somewhere else. But I really don't think that's another planet. That could be another level of existence.
Yeah, that's true. You know, like, okay, so let me tell you what I got, okay? What I know, like, maybe. So, like, the thing is that, you see, like, the aliens, they talk about the aliens all the time. Like, in the US, most of the time, like, in the US, there's all the things, like, even the cartoons, like, bro, in my childhood, there was not any one cartoon that there was not alien in that thing, okay? Aliens are everywhere, like, they have put all the things, like, in movies, cartoons everywhere. So, alien is someone who came from another territory, right? From another country. That is called alien. So, I believe
a foreigner.
Yeah, a foreigner.
Someone from another land.
Yeah, that's the thing, like from another country. So I believe aliens are not someone they came from the space. Because if you see nowadays in the news, they say aliens are with us. Aliens are right now on the earth, okay?
Yeah, foreigners are with us.
Yeah, the thing is that I believe that there is a, the ice wall, they are behind the ice wall. So if they came here, they are called aliens. In the past, they used to came here, like, they call themselves like gods. They used to call themselves gods, son of gods. So after that, they go back to like their own, like, like behind the wall, that wall. So I guess that's what I believe. Yeah.
The wall.
May well be possible, yeah. The whole thing, the whole Brazilian thing, research into flat Earth, the South American thing that you were talking about, Jamesy, their theory is that there's an ice wall that sort of cuts across an oval-shaped Earth. And yeah, there's plenty of lands beyond that. Yeah.
There's gotta be more places. I mean, even the old map show extra islands in many spots. And if you open up the globe map, there's gonna be extra areas that the bloke cannot cover. So, anyways, yeah, this is speculation, but I do agree there has to be land out there. That's probably why we live within fences, basically.
The conversation's kind of gone full circle. Now, I've put something in chat, Jude, about things coming from the sea and AI and what AI can do and make us believe. That whole thing is AI, by the way. Every piece of that imagery that you're seeing is AI. CGI, AI. It's just how you perceive it, and it is physically. That's the thing about this physical realm. What we experience in this physical realm is real. What we're told about what's above us or what's beyond us, it's theoretical. And they've stopped telling people that when they teach them in school, that it's this current model, the current theoretical best guess idea that they've got. Instead of actually, saying, well, we think it might be this now, but we used to think it was flat Earth as well. But if anything, at best, they laugh at people for even suggesting that. That's been turned into a meme of itself.
Yeah. Here, guys, let me show you something. So you see in the chat, like what did I type there? Can you see that?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a flat earth, right? So let me type this again. Okay. So see, I type it again like backwards. Can you see that? Do you see?
Can you type it mirrored above itself, upside down?
Okay. So you guys have to like copy this thing, right, and paste on the Google.
Yeah.
It's like the backwards, the flat earth in backwards.
So is this the one that links to something satanic?
No, it's not. It's not satanic. Just like go on Google, search this thing, and just like search it, and you will see what comes on the top. Okay, tell me what comes on the top.
Is it NASA?
Yeah, you see that?
Yep.
So that's it. Yeah, one son, they were just like giving the sacrifice, right? I have seen this. Yo, guys, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes.
Okay, so now see, like in the chat, if you see in the chat, this guy, Obedient Timothy, he have like sent the picture, right? The sun ritual. So if you see like on the sun ritual, there is a statue, there is a Shiva statue. He's the god, like he's a god of destruction in the Indian religion, okay? The Hinduism. So the thing is that why they have put an Indian god there, like on sun, like
Exactly. You can't ignore. You can't ignore the imagery that they use, the whole ceremony, the what they were enacting. You know what they were actually showing. You know, by dancing, wearing what they wore and doing what they did, what they were actually enacting. Yeah, it tells the truth of it, dude. That's the thing with this. We'll call it a religion. That they have to make their signs, their sigils, their images. They have to tell you what they're doing, and they're very clever about doing it. They put it right in the public eye, and it's the art of deception. They have to tell you by deception what they're doing. They have to declare it right in your face, so you accept it warmly.
yeah. Actually, like you see, like the Shiva, like why would they put like a Shiva statue there? It is just because like they have to see the Shiva is like the god, like in the Hinduism, right? So it has used to be said like I told you like these all gods came from the ice wall, right? So they used to came from the ice wall, and then there are some religions they like worship them. So the Hinduism is one of the religion, like the Krishna, these Shiva, this guy. These are like from there, like behind the wall. So that's why they make the statue of them, like official statue on sun. That's why they worship them. Yo, that's a Baphomet.
I think in the Bible they speak about the land of Gog and Magog or something like that. That it's like giants that come from other places, other lands or something.
Yep.
Might be similar to that.
Well, it's said to be the Nephilim that are still sort of on the periphery as well, doing a lot of things. The giants were allegedly the children of the Nephilim, but apparently the Nephilim were the fallen ones, or the ones that came down to tell us things, the arts of metallurgy and all of that stuff, and women how to make themselves alluring to men and beguile a man, all of that. But they had babies with us and stuff. Some of those are meant to be Nephilim, but yeah, I think there's. If you look into it, there's evidence that it's still we're being guided by what may be angelic forms, or have once been an angelic form. But hey, you can't actually test and prove that. You can test and prove Earth. Where's my meme with Mickey Mouse? Sick. Jamesy, have you got the meme where, or the GIF where Mickey written in a teacup and it's reflecting upside down?
I can't seem to point anything at this moment now. I probably have some of that stuff somewhere, but I will have to go through all the files to find it.
I've got you, bro. No worries, man. I'll find it. Yeah, the whole NASA Disney organization, it's clear. They make signs and symbols to these things. There's one. You know, but it's clear that certain occasions they're actually really praying to God. You know, there's two sides to this coin. NASA are pushing heliocentrism, but in actual fact, they're kind of, you know, they're working in a satanic organisation. Hail Satan, pray to Baphomet, all of this stuff. Make signs to Baphomet, the horn god, and all of that. NASA, the serpent, and everything. But at the same time, Buzz Aldrin wouldn't swear in the Bible because he knew the truth of it. He ended up punching someone in the mouth because he was asked to do that. You know, there's the boys that went to the moon. They're actually praying for God's help in all this. In reality, for their souls, for what they're about to try and pull off, or they've done. They've tried to fleece us, and they found out the truth. But yeah, all the imagery is there, and that's why we're classed with fringe weirdos and internet crazies that don't come out of our mum's basements, because some of us do know about this. But yeah, again, that's why we try and stick to flat Earth and how we're empiric about things. Because some of this, you know, we can't confirm that, other than what data we can collect, and it's still correlation. And correlation isn't causation. That's not scientific.
I mean, most of the time we can assume the things, like for all the stuff, the puzzles, we can try to like fix it, get something, but we can.
If you look back over time, the poor and the starving and the hungry, no matter what has happened over all this progress over all time, the poor, the starving, the hungry, the sick, the needy are still the poor, the starving, the hungry, the sick, the needy. The people that were killed in wars are still the people that are killed in wars. Like, what on earth are we, what's forcing us down this road time after time after time? Not meant to be like that. And where's all these governments helping us to make it better? It's just, one after another saying, oh, that was their fault, we'll get it right. And then yet again, here we go. And then the next one, oh, that was their fault, we'll get it right. And vote for us next time, we'll do it properly.
I wonder and say the same thing. Like, very capable that we could, follow a certain ways, and if we have a problem, just find a solution and do that. Instead, it's making problems or more problems and just making it worse and worse. Like, why? It's just, I don't get it.
Yeah. Even without saying there are bad people trying to do bad things and trying to make it nasty, just why, Jamesy? We don't work like that with our neighbours. If our neighbours have an issue, we help. If our family has an issue, we help. We find help. People help each other. Even that's fallen away because our neighbours now, they're afraid to know us. But yeah, we still have that. If you need help, I'll stop and help you. Out here in the real world, we'll repair the road outside our house until the government can get around and do it. But, can they do what they're supposed to do? I haven't seen one yet. Why?
It's like there's enough resources for everyone. Enough things to do for everyone.
Yes, sir, there are. Yes. Skills to learn, families to help, stuff to build, food to grow.
And time to be together and enjoy the fruits of our labor. Instead of waging these wars and stealing from the neighbors, from the next, I don't know, all the corruption. What's the point of property taxes and making people overwork themselves to death? And then, I don't know. It's just, I don't get it.
And I really don't see it getting progressively better. Money's more and more defunded in every economy now, and that's it become defunded in the UK economy now. It's almost like they've moved the decimal point over here now. It's just, things cost so much and money is worth so little. It's bizarre. Your children's children, our grandchildren are going to be in debt for what we're doing now. We're not even born yet.
In debt to who? Go ahead, Joe.
No, go ahead. Say so.
I was just saying that, like people being in debt to shadows, to phantoms that they never met. They never got a service or any solution or anything from these people, and the children that are not born yet are in debt to these people. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah. Yo, I was just like seeing the things like going on like in the future, like it's gonna mess up, like you're gonna mess up too much. So in like a Quran, like in the Muslim Quran, there is the prophet says like in the future you're gonna mess up too much. So if you want to save yourself, just go to the mountains, live your life in the mountains. That's what I guess the same thing like said in the Bible by Jesus. He also I guess said the same thing. Like if you want to save yourself like in that time, go and live in the mountains. Because nowadays like they're trying to do all the stuff and all the things. And you cannot save yourself from these things like, you know.
Thank you for that, dude. That was, yeah, that's beautiful. And it's true. Now, whether it's a religious book or not, that's one of the oldest documents that we have. So, yeah, what are we doing ignoring that? We're going the opposite way, living in cities and tying up resources and you know, unhealthy environments, living on top of each other, being stressed.
Yeah. Hey, I got a question. So, like, do you guys believe in religion, God?
The creator is not a religion. Religions will be doctrines of men, like their own ideas being put and promoted to maybe get something from groups. But I mean, you don't have to be religious to believe in a creator. You can be religious if you want, but to believe in a creator, there's no religion required, or to acknowledge the creator. Go ahead.
That's true. I mean, like, so you believe in the creator, right?
I will say, yeah, I believe it, and else I acknowledge his creation. So I know that there must be a creator. So it's not just believe. I believe in his promise, but I know the creator exists.
Oh, okay.
Same here. Because I now know that Earth isn't what heliocentrism says, because I've tested Earth and it's proved that it seems to be level and set out like a seal below a stamp. It's and also human life, animal life, plant life, it has code. And code requires an informer, someone to set it as it is. Then the whole thing infers a creator. So yeah, for me, yeah, we're under creation. We live in creation or on creation. We are created to be here. It's created for us to be here. But religion has been overtaken from man's faith and praising God and the creation to listening to priests who are portals to God and more important than God, and listening to priests who say that their version of the story is the correct one and yours is different and we need to go and fight about it. Look how many wars have been started over religion, dude. How many dead, how many uncountable dead are there? Never mind the ones that are actually countable. Religion. Should you do things all the time without fail, day in, day out, having a religious way in your life? Yeah, that's not bad as long as it's good things. So there's a lot of ways that religion is good and bad, but yeah, if you mean in the sense of the church, and did we come to flat Earth because of a certain faith? Some faiths say the Earth's stationary, and yeah, but that's not us. We didn't come to flat Earth because the book said so, or any set faith said so. Religion's been corrupted and it's used against us, dude. It's horrible. Absolutely horrible.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is with these people, like the people, they like to control everything. Like from the books, they have changed the history, they have changed the religions, they would like to change more things. They are like interrupting in our life, like with the economy, the country, rules, everything. So yeah, they're the problem, I guess. I don't know.
But I think there's also a point to life and life on Earth. You're supposed to learn and grow and expand your knowledge base and come to know reality and physicality and your ability and make the most of it. And I think that takes a lifetime sometimes. Sometimes it takes some of us far too long to realise that. But I think there's a point to adversity and it being hard at times and thinking that this isn't right. We need to, it should be better. You're learning something there. So if it was just an Eden, if we wouldn't really know what we wouldn't have the spirit that we do to be human, to want for better or strive towards it. So it's a strange thing.
Yeah, that's true. Bro, I would just at the end, I would just say that our individual life, it matters a lot. If we have something to do, our family, our friends. So I would say for you guys, both of you guys, just do the best in your life, and do something for your family, your friends. Yeah, I mean, that's all. I guess just live a good life. That's all matters,
Namaste, brother. I feel you.
You guys, I'll just go and see you, okay? I'll come back to talk again, in the channel.
Later,
It was nice
brother. You
talking
have
to
a good
you
one.
guys.
Good talking to you.
You too, guys.
Thank
Take
you.
care.
Bye.
See you, brother.
Catch you later, dude. I actually thought he dropped out a minute ago. I didn't realise he was still here. and putting people to sleep all night long.
And that's a good thing. People sleeping.
Yeah, mate. Yes, it is. People need rest, Jamesy. They need to chill out and calm down and get a night's rest. I think that's what's wrong with a lot of them now. They don't get to switch their devices off and actually wind down. They're always in a state of alarm. Oh, I never got to say hello to Yasin.
Hello to everyone, and to the new people as well. You're welcome to open your mic, open topics, ask questions.
They don't stay though, James. They jump in and jump back out. You don't even get a chance to say hello. Oh, hello? Who's that? B. Hiya, B.
Hello. Is this channel legit or is it for trolls? Do people actually believe in flat Earth?
It's actually legit. I know you've seen a lot of stuff about it being a troll, but no, we're the real deal, dude. Welcome to the room.
Oh, okay. Wow. Do you believe in a flat Earth?
I would say it's not a belief, it's past belief. We used to believe in the globe, but we tested the globe and it proved to be a flat Earth. So we have evidence that Earth's actually not curving.
Would you describe it as a conspiracy theory?
No. I think there's a lot of people at the top level of government may well know, but they're all following just the heliocentric science.
What about then, like the idea of the Earth being a globe? Is that like a conspiracy, or let me word this better? Do you think there are like powerful entities that are trying to lie and use their propaganda to lie about the Earth being flat? Because like there's so much like information. Like I could type in the internet, right, and I could look up like a picture of the Earth and it's a globe, right? And so if the Earth is actually flat, then that information that I'm getting is all wrong. And I can look up things about NASA and astrophysics and all this sort of stuff, and all that would be wrong. And including I could go to go study science at a university professional level, and then if the Earth is flat, then depending, if I'm studying a relevant field like astrophysics, what they're going to be teaching me is going to be wrong. So I don't know. It seems like a conspiracy when it's like this degree of for it to be true, there has to be a very significant amount of information manipulation and misinformation in the world.
Correct. Absolutely, sir. Yeah, you're quite thorough on your appraisal there, and I would agree with you completely. Yeah, but what they're actually doing is teaching a model, the current model of heliocentrism. They're actually just going along with what the current theory is. That's where science is, really. And that's why we're educated that it's that. That's why there's NASA, for me, NASA are the propaganda department. They do the visuals, to make you see what we believe is up there. The deep space stuff, if you actually look into it, it's all actually visualizations, from very, very small amounts of data. And yes, things like astro spectrometry, or the field of celestial sciences, yeah, it puts holes in that, because it puts holes in the heliocentric model in regard to distances and motions and what's actually in motion. So a lot of what they're teaching is, yes, that's what we see above us, but to put it in terms of being terra firma, or being theoretically a thermodynamics violation, which would be gas pressure in a vacuum, to actually classify it and teach it as that's wrong. So they're not colluding about it. They're just, they're all, using this current scientific rhetoric and going along with it.
You really make me wondering, if the Earth is flat, then what's at the edge of the Earth? Does it?
The outer periphery of what we know.
I'm not sure I follow, sir.
Well, basically, you're asking what's at the edge of Earth, because if it's flat, it must end somewhere. Everything that we know that's flat has got a terminus or a shape in regards to its periphery.
That's what I would think.
Yeah. Well, what you've seen on the internet in regards of flat Earth is actually fallacious. It's a disc in space covered by a dome, or it looks like an upside-down sort of triangle rock in space covered by a dome. We don't say that. That's more the Flat Earth Society. that Barack Obama didn't have time for.
Oh, okay, yep.
Yeah. So that's actually a psyop, my friend. It's actually meant to put you off the reality of what we are saying. The founder of the Flat Earth Society claims to have brought back a rock from the edge that he clung on to because he nearly fell over the edge. So when he saved himself by pulling himself back up from the edge, he brought the rock back to prove it, and that proved flat Earth. That and the claim of moving upwards replacing gravity is absolute nonsense, and it can't be affirmed. So no, we don't claim anything like that.
So then what is there an end to the Earth?
Well, we don't actually know. We know that there's an end to where we can travel freely. We know that we're told that there's an end to where it's habitable, i.e. it gets very cold after a certain point. Sorry?
Can't we just get in a plane and fly around and just go see?
Sadly, no. International law and boundary stops you from doing that, and if you want to go further than the 60th parallel south, you have to apply to the Antarctic Treaty people to do that. Yes, you can go on a holiday down there. Yes, you can go and look at penguins. Yes, you could even go and work in a research base down there, but you're extremely limited as to where you can go off-piste, so to speak. There's a certain point you're not allowed to go beyond, and if you want to do your own research for it, you need an awful lot of money, and it's crazy amounts of money, dude, just to apply. And no one has been allowed to go off-piste, literally, and do their own thing. It
does seem like to me what you're describing would be categorized as a conspiracy theory. Just because it's categorized as this. Let me reword that. Sorry. A conspiracy theory can be true. Like the facts or the arguments that the conspiracy theory can be said to be, it can be true. Just because it's a conspiracy theory, I'm not saying that it's false. But yes, what I'm saying is that this sort of like degree of lies and deceptions and manipulations of information, I think it would fall squarely into a conspiracy theory bracket.
Well,
what do you think about it?
Again, it could be categorized as that, but what I say, our actual standpoint is, again, we're empirical. So we go on factual information, and the fact that every government, every landmass across Earth, or as you think, around the globe, they're all signed up to the Antarctic Treaty. And not one of them will break it, not one of them will threaten it. If you want to be part of this economic global economics, the whole paradigm of it, if you want to be part of all of the UN or whatever, you're going to be signed up to it, and you're going to go along with its restraints. Even if you're, a desert country that does nothing but pay your dues and have right to go down and visit the place because you've got a flag there. Everybody has signed up for this thing. They're all in it together in that regard. But that, is that a conspiracy theory? No, that's factual, dude. So it's, again, we can't quantify it because we're not necessarily, we can only go on the facts that we've got, the limitations. I've put it in the chat what it takes to go to Antarctica. Please, by all means, investigate it properly. Bring your calculator and your financial advisor, and you can give them a hell of a fright if you want. Mine got a hell of a fright, mate. A hell of a fright.
So you mentioned the empirical evidence. What empirical evidence is there for flat Earth being a thing?
The fact that it's testable, it's tangible, it's empirical, right? Okay, so it's therefore it's measurable. We take the size and the dimensions that were given for the globe. The 24,901 circumference and the 3959 radius, it gives you a surface curve rate of 8 inches per mile squared. Now, yes, if some people say that that's a parabola, but it's applicable to over 1,000 miles, just over somewhere between 1,000 and 2,000 miles. It's perfectly applicable. Our observations don't need that distance, but that geometric rate fits what we use. Basically, the maths that we break down are that if Earth is the size that we're told it is, relevant to our eye height, where is the curve? Where's the geometric horizon over water that we would have to see, because allegedly water, fluid dynamics, gravity, it would conform to the curve of a ball. We're told that we see ships going over a horizon away out at sea, and that's what we believe, yeah? We're all the same. Oh, look at the ship disappearing away out at sea. It's going over the curve of the Earth. Right? That fits the model. So what we did is tested it. We put the metric to it. We calculated the distance to the horizon in regard to your eye height. And it's not where you think it is. It's not away out at sea where the ships are. It's actually a lot closer, dude. And this is what you apply over distance, over water. Observation proves it. Then you go to laser tests. Direct beam tests. Not bendy light, not refraction, not curving around the Earth according to the globe model due to the effects of light. Use beam lasers. And again, there's no drop over distance, over curvature. Then you can go to infrared and see even further again, seeing land masses, shorelines that you shouldn't be able to see, that should be physically obscured and down behind the curvature of Earth. So that's the tangible, that's one side of it. The theoretically over supreme distance, over any distance, is water at rest. The properties of the fluid dynamics of water, when it's at rest, are flat and level, right? So we need, if there's a drop in an elevation, water runs that way. We've got things like the Suez Canal, which is 100 miles, flat and level, no curvature accounted for in its construction, and the water doesn't pour out either end. There aren't locks on it to stop the water, you know, when the elevation would curve or drop away. So we've got that. And again, the fluid dynamics of water at rest, flat and level over any distance, demand that Earth isn't a globe. Then you've got gas pressure. We breathe air pressure at 14.7 or whatever PSI on, you know, down around about sea level and that. So if we're in a vacuum of space, if heliocentrism is true, and it's 14 whatever to the negative whatever torr out there, no, it's 14.7 down here, and if it's, you know, whatever low vacuum of pressure it is in space, how are we spinning through this vacuum of space, holding gas pressure? Gravity? No, can't do that. Can't have gas pressure next to a vacuum. Natural law proves that on Earth. We need a container. Gas pressure, the antecedent for gas pressure is a container. We don't know what the container is, i.e. a dome or whatever you've seen it as on the internet. We don't know what that is. We don't know where it is, what it's made of, who put it there, other than a creator, perhaps. And therefore we can't also confirm that space is a vacuum. The heliocentric theory is a theory. Nobody's been out to the outer reaches of space to tell you that Mars is terrestrial and whatever, Venus or whatever, is a gas giant. That's physically impossible, and the laws of nature did. So these are the empirical tests, the empirical things that we go on.
Are you Australian?
Scottish.
Why do you have an Australian accent on?
Did I, Mike? Do I have an Australian accent?
Yeah.
Do I sound like I got a pet wallaby?
Mate. He's clearly Scottish. I'm Aussie. I'm the Australian. This is what an Australian sounds like. That's what a Scottish sounds like. Come on, dude. Pretty funny, but come on.
There's lots of Scots in Australia, right enough, though.
I mean, old dude, you literally sound Australian.
Thank you very much, man. I take that as a compliment. They're an ancient race, and many of the current Australians are emigrated from here. So I'll take that as a compliment, bro.
I'd say you sound like an exotic, like a good mix.
Cheers,
I'm
man.
surprised that an Indian can't identify between an Australian accent and a Scottish accent.
I mean, I don't know, but I've watched a few movies, and this is what the Australian characters sound.
A few movies?
Was the Earth a globe in the movie?
Was the Earth globe in the movie? I mean, Avengers it was. Avengers, yes.
What was the movie? My bad.
It was Avengers.
Oh, Avengers. Okay. Yeah.
No,
Just like the globe. Just like the globe. All fantasy.
I mean, the movie was a fantasy, but I think
Also the Earth being a globe in a vacuum of space. That's fantasy as well.
Are you like
in the movie?
Though?
I'm telling you that the Earth is not curving. It's not in a vacuum of space, and the depiction or the misrepresentation of the Earth in the movie is not reality. It's fantasy, fiction.
I mean, obviously it's a movie.
So not curved. There's no curves anywhere.
The atoms themselves, it's hard to know. It's hard to know exactly what shape they possess. Maybe a ball, but
you both said balls don't exist. Everything's a straight line.
We don't know exactly what an atom on the inside looks like, but we know they connect to everything like geometrically, not in some way crazy like Hindu curve shit.
Okay. So is the Earth's surface curving or not?
No, it's a bunch of atoms that are.
Okay, there you go. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Making up a curve. It's a bunch of flat atoms connected together.
He said, you heard it, guys. He said, no, the Earth's surface is not curving. That was his answer to my question. No, the Earth's surface is not curving.
At the molecular level, it's flat, but at the human scale, it is definitely curved. So it's a bunch of atoms linked in straight lines that appears to be curved.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't appear to be curved.
It does when I take my rocket out, so you just haven't gone high enough altitude.
Can I see the pictures that you took when you did that?
It's like family-friendly place.
It's like talking with somebody
Keep it in your pants.
With God, and then they just haven't even let God in. You're not letting science in. Like, I'm not saying you should...
Dude, show me. Stop talking.
You need Darwin.
He's confronting
rocket with God. That is absolutely.
I know. I told you this guy is religious as fuck. I told you.
And you guys won't accept the truth, and empirically seen the truth.
Can we like deflect this to a reasonable conversation?
Stop saying empirically. You have no idea what the fuck that means, you moron. Say it one more time without defining it, and that's the last time you're going to be in the server. Do you hear me? Stop saying that. Quick, say empirically. And then say something that's not empirical. That's insane. We're not doing that here. We're here discussing business.
Camera.
I probably calibrated my empirical I can't do this anymore.
And calibrated the camera empirically so that it is not in question what the results of the camera took. Because it's been.
You have no results from a camera, dude. You're a bullshitter, and it's really transparent to everybody listening to you. You have no camera results. You don't have anything.
Dude, you passed my triangle test and then you failed it. Don't you get it? You failed it, and you're just backtracking the whole time since you claimed the proper. You got the test right, so you can't have triangles on the surface of a ball, so you can't navigate.
I don't know why I can't navigate.
Because you can't be on a ball and make triangles to the sky.
But
you already said what a 90-degree indicator is.
If the sun was as close,
dude, you lost. Right. Stop just trying to go on. Say, wow, you have a good point. That's all you have to say.
The sun is so far away in this instant that the small error doesn't matter for you changing your location on Earth, fucking up the angle. If the sun is so far,
do you have a question?
For navigation. Yeah. How do if I have an L-shaped object and I'm wearing it, like an L-shaped object that doesn't bend and is made out of magic metal, where do I put the counterweight? Where do I put not the counterweight, what's it called? The counter beam.
How does that question of what your common sense of the surface of water at rest? Well, who cares about the shape of the fuck you're talking about? The surface of water at rest. is always going to be flat. You do whatever you want, it's going to be the same result.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, man.
Is there like a subject matter expert here?
Maybe.
Yeah, we got a professor of triangles in the chat.
No, professor's just going to yell at me. I don't want to get yelled at.
So if
I need a
50 years experience of observing water flat.
Wait, that
Is that
guy
good
is.
I'm genuinely incredibly open-minded. I don't know the answers to anything, so I'm curious.
Hold on, this guy's trying to talk. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
What do I make of the videos I see of like zero gravity footage where it's like water and it forms in a sphere? What should I make of that?
Just
that's under pressure. There you go. You're talking about air pressure again. So you're talking about them floating around and they just got bubbles in front of them. So that's because air presses on water from all sides. Because air goes in all directions. So what do you think it's going to do?
Why do you think
it can happen in free fall? Right, and it can also happen when it's neutrally buoyant. So when it's within a medium that it's the same density as.
I don't get this.
So I mean, I guess like how is that not the explanation for a globe Earth?
Oh, because if you take the air away, your water turns into a gas and goes in all directions. So you can't have your ball in a universe of vacuum.
Unless you have
that's not what they say.
Gas down.
That's not the claim, bro.
I guess has to go through 200 miles or more like 500 of gravity, of intense gravity.
What?
Yeah, the claim is that gravity's causing the water to form into to wrap itself around into a sphere shape, not being in a zero gravity environment.
You're missing something on the
I don't have an answer for that. That sounds ridiculous. I don't know. Someone else has to get that. That sounds crazy.
All right, let's say the Earth is around, but gravity is one direction. The Earth, all the water on Earth would just pool to like one direction. Where that's what it seems like you guys are suggesting.
But it doesn't. It's flat on the surface. That's flat. What the fuck are you missing?
If the gravity
it does pool in one direction. It sits on the surface of the Earth.
Yeah.
Right, but if the gravity was all in one direction and the Earth was a globe, all the gravity would be apocalyptically flowing in one, area. So, when the Earth is round, your model isn't working. You have to input the Earth being
when
flat.
The Earth is round. So you tell us when the Earth is round,
But when the Earth is flat, but when the Earth is flat, our model does work. See how that works?
But then, even when it's flat, like the edges would have less gravity because they're not
edges. Then you can't have a ball and an air ball surrounding Earth holding all the water in because the gravity would be weakest way out there.
Yeah, but even in your guys' system, the gravity's not going to be perfectly the same. The edges of the plate would have less gravity.
What plate? Space is fake, dude.
Well, I'm saying that the surface of the Earth, whatever shape you think it is, would have less gravity at the very edges because there's only one side's gravity.
Dude, nobody said anything about shapes. We said it's flat.
Well, you have to pick a shape model.
No, I don't.
You have to make a.
Bro. Listen, bro. You're invoking cause for reasons why things go down.
Cause?
By saying that. You're saying it has something to do with the mass underneath it. We're not saying that. You're claiming that. We don't have to support that claim. Hello?
So you have to have a very competitive and better model. Otherwise, it's just rambling.
Yours is dog shit, dude. You don't have to compete with that at all. There's nothing substantiating it.
Show me your model.
If yours was true, right, then over a 20-mile body of water, at the end of that body of water, the surface would have dropped down
It does.
below the original point by 260 feet.
I've seen it happen twice in real life. Like,
no, it doesn't.
In fact, look, one sec. I was actually conceding too much to you there a minute ago by saying that your model is dog shit. You actually don't even have one. It's just a figment of your imagination. It doesn't even exist. So no, there's nothing for us to compete with. You're just lost in the sauce of your own imaginings again.
I'm not trying to play devil's advocate too much, but like to his argument, if you don't care about the round Earth model, what's your argument? Like, why? What's what's the point of even having a discussion then?
What?
If you just don't care.
Who are you?
Globe doesn't have a model. You were just told that.
I'm Spawn. I'm brand new. I'm not trying to offend you either.
Welcome.
It sounds like you're incredibly offended. So.
No, I'm so offended. Oh my gosh, I'm bleeding.
No, I'm just saying, like, I really don't know, but like,
don't care about the subject.
Yeah, exactly. That was my question.
Okay, well, welcome to Flat Earth. All right, next.
Yeah, Globe doesn't have a model. Remember, Heretic just told you that.
But that's just crazy. That's gaslighting. We definitely.
Okay, go ahead and post it then. All right.
Okay.
Stop gaslighting me and post the model that you have.
The standard heliocentric model, right?
Post it.
Okay. What's your model?
I don't think he's going to be posting a model. He's already deflecting and burden reversing.
So I'm not on my computer, but I do have a model for you. It involves 90-degree triangles, though, everywhere.
This is what always happens. Model, model, model. They just keep chanting model. Okay, post the model. Post the model in question. And then where's your model? Where's yours? Well, that says it all. And then he talks through me. He's going to talk over me. You don't have a model. Okay, you have to have a model. You said, well, you failed your own standard. Well, you failed your own standard because you don't have a model. No, you don't have a model. I've asked you to post it, and now you're just doing this crap instead of posting it. So you obviously don't have one.
Exactly. I just posted heliocentrism, but you want a gravity model? I don't know what you want.
Okay, so that says, first sentence, that's a superseded astronomical model. And that's what you're going with?
I'm going to post our model for you. You ready?
Ready.
And you're going to have to accept it. You're going to love this. Yep. Give me a sec. I'm got to go into my computer because you got to have this model. So.
Well,
he just posted a wiki for something claiming that the sun is the center of the whole universe. That's his quote model.
No, but this was the first model to say the sun is
that's his model,
not
dude.
the center.
Yeah, it says right there. It's a superseded astronomical quote model where the sun is considered to be the center of the entire universe. That's what you just posted for your model that you've been in here trying to defend.
All right.
Is that for the whole universe or just the solar system?
Every flat earther will agree with me that this is our flat Earth model.
Every flat earther?
Yes. I just posted it for you. Now debunk me.
Why is the sun so close in that picture?
Tell me how do you know how far away it is?
Well, you're saying, what do you mean? How do you know how far away it is?
I don't need to. I just need to get angles to it. You're the one that needs the distance, not me.
I can bounce radio off of it and measure how long.
So,
no, you can't. No, you can't.
Yeah, you can. You can definitely bounce radio off the sun.
You cannot.
Professor, so the argument to the question of like why is the sun never set in Australia, based on your model, would that be because Australia is in the center of that model?
Or no one can answer my cantilever question. You got no physicists.
It's just look. My model's looking at the sun in the sky. Sun moves, doesn't it? What does that have to do with Australia?
Well, I'm just saying, like people just theory because the sun doesn't set in certain parts of the world, but it stays.
So you think it doesn't set somewhere?
I've not been to certain parts of the world to verify it myself, but I don't, I wouldn't argue people's, theories on that because it seems pretty well known.
Anyway, so I showed you the flat Earth model. Everything, you have to have a flat surface for it to work, and you can't debunk me because you can't use that on a globe. Ta-da! I finally released the model of flat Earth thanks to Indio.
Back to square one. Who's next?
I'm sharing this with everybody. I'm not keeping this secret.
Keeping what a secret? Everybody knows it's flat. Let's go to the beach.
Your secret is out.
The whole point is to tell as many people as possible. It's just some of these anti-flat Earth scumbags keep coming in here and confusing us, wasting our time, while actual good people are doing things to make people not believe the same stupid lie. That's all.
Call your doctor tomorrow and tell him that you think the Earth is flat.
Yeah, just make sure that it's not a psych doc because you're going to get up your meds. Just be careful.
That's not true. He's going to get a recommendation for another doctor, and it will be the correct doctor for him. And then he's going to have to sit there and tell him, dude, you can't have triangles on a ball. And the doctor's going to say, well, if he's a real doctor, he'll say, you're right. So we have a problem here. I have to look into it myself now. But an idiot doctor that just memorized shit to get through medical school will say, oh, there's something wrong with you. You think that the Earth is flat.
Touche.
How'd you guys like getting flat smacked tonight? Sounds fun, isn't it?
Nothing more.
Hit in the face of triangles.
I feel like I still
flat
more
Earth
questions.
models. Triangles and flat Earth models. Boom.
You started off saying we listen, but we don't judge. But we judge.
Is a piece of pizza a triangle?
I guess it depends.
No. The answer is no, it is not a triangle.
It's got a curved side.
I mean, you can cut pizza into any shape you want. No one's stopping you.
No pizzas in space with dinosaurs flipping off of them. That's a Glover made that up because that's what they think flat Earth is.
Heavy.
But after I posted the model of flat Earth, the room went dead.
Peer review. Who's this in the chat? Is he in the VC?
Yeah, I saw it.
Devious or whatever? Oh, never mind. He's not in the VC. Forget it. Yeah, Sofa King's still here. Yeah, we can post you scholarly sources stating that water is flat. It's not a problem. Yeah, we can cite hydrostatics from a peer-reviewed journal if you need. Or just like a school textbook. That's not a problem. So go ahead and get with it any time now.
So I don't have my glasses on, so I can't really see it too well. But Sofa King keeps posting squares and shit. What's wrong with him? Over and over, this picture of an L.
Go ahead, Sofa King. What's wrong with you? State your malfunction.
It looks like the center of my flat Earth model. Is that what you're trying to do? I want to give Professor Dave the triangle test.
Oh shit! I forgot I was in here.
generations have no idea. They've never experienced it. They don't know what it is or what sour milk is. You know, they've got no. All of that stuff's gone, and it's you know it's health benefits, it's daily health benefits other than its nutrient benefits.
Yeah, I can tell when cows go in the wrong field and weird shit. So that's funny. Eating too much, eating alfalfa or something. You can tell.
Yeah.
Bad cow. I got like a couple weeks ago, I decided, oh, this cow went for a walk somewhere else.
Are you on the early shift today, Radman?
Yeah, I just woke up for a bit. I'm going back to sleep. I have just a shit ton of stuff going on at work. I don't even know where to start. I don't even know which building to start in, or even to go to a building. There's so much shit to do.
No wonder you're waking up before you need to go back to sleep in the middle of the night, or technically you can't rest all the way through. No wonder, dude. It sounds like a lot on your plate. Just remember, it's their plate.
I need to be in 4 buildings. I need to be at 4 buildings tomorrow, which, if I do this circle, is around 150 miles.
Is that much interstate or freeway or?
It's just regular roads and some maybe 20 miles highway each time. Depends.
Yeah, I mean, I know that the complexes that you frequent can be rather large. So, yeah.
Yeah, so I just had to decide. I was passed something on at last minute. So a guy decided to go on PTO for the rest of the week, and I don't even work in their department, but I'm the one with the answer. So now I'm going to have to go deal with a whole new department and say, by the way, this is going to be, you're going to have to accept this for me. They're going to find out that I just don't like being involved in other people's departments because I have enough shit going on. I don't need to be able to answer more questions.
Really curious, bro. Why is it being done with you? Why has it been logistically done this way instead of like Teams or virtual meetings or stuff like that?
I will be using Teams as soon as I wake up.
Yeah, but like obviously
that's where I'm going to start, because if somebody can't figure out how to solve this problem without me showing up, I'm going to have to go there. So I need to basically tell IT in some nice way how to fix their problem, and they're supposed to be the experts. I'm not on the IT department, and I don't like messing with those guys because they get mad at me. And they already had to make me an admin, and they didn't like that. It's because of things I know how to do. Shit I design there, so it's just part of life. I don't want to be. I don't want to work in IT. I do enough of that all day long in my department.
You end up labelled with or you end up labelled. We'll leave it there, eh? And people have a perception of that sort of category or categorization. It's like, who's this dude with the clipboard and the pen? And immediately they're on the defensive towards you and aggressive towards you and non-responsive towards you.
All the time.
Yeah.
They're already that way now. Oh, when they see certain people from our team walk into a building, they know what it means.
Yeah.
It means that automation is coming, and they don't want to hear that.
Well,
that doesn't mean your job's going away. We're actually making your job easier. You just haven't seen it yet. You're just making up shit in your mind. It's just imagining things. We have buildings you can go to. We get free tours to our own company anytime, 24/7, whenever you want to show up. You just need to schedule somebody to be there so they can at least walk you around. I mean, you can walk around by yourself if you want, but you're not going to learn anything.
Yeah. Yeah. I know the automation thing, yes, it is coming everywhere, and yes, it will eventually change the human interaction in the workspace to the volume of the humans that are working in the workspace. That will reduce, yeah, it does do that. It makes it a safer environment, so therefore less humans initially. But that it doesn't mean you'll be out of a job tomorrow. You'll learn a whole bunch of stuff as this process is laid out and implemented over the next decade.
No, your kids are going to end up being programmers instead of assembly line workers.
Absolutely.
That's what's going to happen.
Some of them will end up in maintenance crew side of things. You know,
maintenance will always be there. We're doing this specifically for maintenance also, so that we can predict when they can go ahead and just take a machine down anyway right now, because they can already move everything off of it, and we already know in advance because we have 3 weeks warning that something's going wrong because of that's my side of the job.
Yeah,
where we figure out when a machine is going to go bad, pulling data.
Worst case scenario for you is you're going to have to clock 150 miles today if people aren't able to sort it out over Teams or VirtuTalk or VirtuSpeak or whatever.
Oh no, I shouldn't have to. It's just that it's getting near the end of the week, and I don't want to leave. Now I don't want to leave this guy hanging, and he gave it to me at like 4 o'clock, and I leave at 2 o'clock. So he was already out. Will not respond. His day had ended. So I told him I would deal with it. It's that when I do deal with this, I'm going to have to assign it to somebody, and I'm going to reassign it to IT because they said there's nothing wrong with it. So I'm going to go in there and reassign it to them, and that's what they don't like.
Yeah. Listen, I've never seen this whole idea of resentment. It's someone who's a specialist that has another approach that the company wants to implement. So they're actually angry at the company for wanting to bring change and help them in their job to make something compatible so that they're left alone again in their comfy positions where they were. What's the resentment all about? I don't get it.
The places that we've done already, we have a lot of buildings. So we've done 1, and we're moving on to number 2. And it's completely transformed the way they do business in that one place. And the people absolutely loved it when it came in, and now they wouldn't know what to do without it now.
Yep. Listen, as long as the actual infrastructure and the engineering, the physical tolerances of what's been put in place is safe and capable, and the parameters for it being damaged or messed or broken with are set that things shut down other than go to danger, there's nothing wrong with it. It's far more efficient, it's far more healthy, more clean for everyone involved in whatever the product is or the process may be. It's got a use, it's got a great use. But at the same time, we should still have every other way of running business or process or construction or creation, engineering, whatever. We should still have all the original ways. The people that do things by hand that you have to do. Be able to make a gear set, be able to repair an electronic motor or wire the loom in an electronic motor and know what it does and know what it's for.
You still have to know how to do all that. People don't understand that, or else you're not going to be able to fix it. That's what the RX guys or the maintenance guys will be in the future. They're going to be the experts in how that shit works. Uh-oh, you got somebody freaking out.
Can you calm down, King or Noor or whatever your name is, and just speak? I know it sounds weird and freaky and you might be annoyed that we say what we say, but can you have a conversation, bro, please? No, he's going all quiet again. Hang around and ask questions, King. We want a good conversation, eh? Please.
You're safe. I'll make a robot that'll protect you.
Well, it's not like you've not done it before.
That's what we do now.
Well, where did all that idea come from? People like us trying to make things more simple, more legible, more doable.
And makes more sense. Very sensible what we're doing. It's amazing what we did with this. We went from 37% use of machines to 88%. That's how much production's flying through there now. And they about shit their pants when they saw that, so that's what we're doing now.
Industry's taking a different turn, that's all that really is in a lot of ways. Hello, Fantasy, how are you doing? How are you? Hello, can you open your mic and say hi? No? Maybe not. Yeah, have you looked at the statistics for the industrial age as regard to industry and how much it's changed in growth and stuff like that since it started like that? It's something that I've been meaning to go further into. I used to have demographics on the rise of industry with technology, but I think the spike would be far more exponential, I believe the word is, with digital stuff. But again, with that, there's a lot of new infrastructure had to be designed, so we can actually do it that way now, automated.
Yeah, we upset quite a few people when we hired a bunch of new people and right into our brand new team instead of moving people into it. Oh well, that's life, I guess. We needed people that could be trained in exactly what we're doing, and that's what we did. And now we get duplicates of everything that we're doing. Then we have quite a few different things, and we can just go, boom, we're going to put this thing like this. And we have a team now that'll just go and implement, where before it was just, first it started off as just me, then me and another guy, then me and two other guys. And then when we did something crazy, turned two departments into basically all the data from their machines is automatic. They still had to manually do everything on their machine, but they no longer had to make entries like everybody else in the whole world does, have to enter their time and shit every day. They don't have to in this department. They saw that and they said, what's it going to take to do this at this plant? And we said, oh, by the way, we already hooked up 24 of your machines without you knowing about it. And then they said, at that point, it's on. What else can you guys do? And we showed them, and now we're at 30 people on our team.
Epic. I hope you just carry on making more and more teams, because eventually the team will outsource itself, and you'll see various demographics that work better and more fluidly on, further and further projects. And the idea is that it's mimicable, and people migrate to it that way, that format. So yeah, good on you, dude.
Well, we wrote the standards, so you have to follow our standards, and you can't screw up if you follow our standards.
That's empiricism for you. Nothing wrong with that. That's the way it should be. It's the American standard. It's what used to be the American standard. The industrial standard.
Well, this is called the Industrial Revolution 4.0.
Sweet. Can I buy a mug? Can I contribute to the funds? Buy myself a mug and a T-shirt.
Well, 3.0 came back when they invented punch cards, and that's how you fed CNC machines back then. And then tape, and then they got hooked up to a network eventually. That was Industry 3.0, Industrial Revolution 3.0, hooking things up to a network. 4.0 is automating.
Oh yeah, that's what it was.
And using all the data you've collected throughout. If you didn't collect, then why were you hooking your machines up? And that was my point in the beginning. Why are you guys hooked up only one way? The machine can only read recipes. How come you were not reading data from the machines? And the other guy that was doing something similar in our company, they put us two together basically after I was there got put into a position for about a year. Then he came on, and we combined superpowers, and here we are.
Yeah, I knew there was a reason. I'm glad that you dropped in. I was talking about Babbage engines earlier on with somebody who was talking about AI and the whole process. That it's nothing's changed really. Nothing's changed at all. It's just another form of mechanical processing.
I have projects built inside my AIs now, my Chat GPT. I have projects, folders that are colored. When I go in there and I start talking, it only knows exactly what I'm talking about. So it's like having a some dude following me around all day remembers for me all the shit that I'll just say, hey, by the way, remember this. Sometimes I'll say, don't use this, just use it this one time. And it does. That's what I'm paying for. Paying for that control over it. Absolutely. I can also pass it out to everybody, but then I have one called Accurate AI, and if I gave that to people, they would report it because it won't give you any globe answers. It'll just tell you everything. It won't. It just refuses to talk. If you want to talk about satellites, it's going to go ahead and give you all kinds of information that is not about satellites orbiting a planet.
Absolutely, Master Wayne.
So
yeah,
I actually use that.
I hope you've called one. I hope you've called one of them Alfred, bro. I really, really do. One of the most honest dudes ever, and right in our eyes, right underneath things, right behind everything. He's he's the janitor, and it's one of the reasons that it's part of my PFP, like it's my screen thing. It's like, yeah, and I think that's if more of us had that approach, bro, where it was just direct, honest reality. Yeah.
I got this thing I'm inventing, which is going to suck. I won't be able to show people in here anyway. When it comes out, it's going to change the way people do shit in automation as far as tending robots. It's just going to change the whole way they react to them.
Oh dear, I don't know if I want to know.
Oh, that's a good thing. I think my boss's stomach hurt when I told him the idea. Said, how long do you think it could take you to do this? And you got to be quiet about it. And I said, oh, don't worry. I've already been working on it. And he started laughing.
Always another application for sensors and information.
There'll be an application that comes out that all companies are going to want. So that's what I'm trying to figure out. How do I handle this? So let me get it written first. My prototype works. I just need to get it into its form now, which it's just a matter of I need time to work on it. But that's another reason why. Do I travel around the whole state tomorrow, or do I just deal with this guy through Teams, which is probably the better way to do it, and let IT handle it, because I don't want to go and fix their problems. My boss will shit. They'll end up making me a manager in IT or something, and I don't want to do that. I don't want anything to do with that department.
He shouldn't need to go there. It's instruction from the boss, the company head, head or whatever. The new protocol is such and such, and their liaison through it will be you. So there shouldn't be any issue, bro. Shouldn't need to show up and kick ass or whatever they're thinking. They're making their own issue.
Part of the problem is in the 2 incidents reports, this was explained by somebody else. I think it was overlooked. And I'm going to have to go in and get in details and reassign it back to the guy who said there's nothing wrong with it. Say, you really need to check. But see, I need to talk to other people before. Since it was just handed to me, I need to know what's the real problem, not just what came in on this incident report. Because I don't get them assigned to me unless it's been sitting there for a long time and they're just like, give it to him. See what he can come up with. I'm not in those departments. That's the problem. They just know of me. If that makes any sense, they know that I can do that stuff too. So,
I mean, to be honest, dude, we're at the point where you should be able to put a mass ping to all the people you need to get in touch with, and they should respond to you either individually or en masse. You should convey the point, the issue. They should have the relevant information at their fingertips as you're talking. They should, say, right, okay, here's the scenario. It might take us this long, it might take us that long, but from now on, we're going to begin this. That's all.
Yeah, that works fine for lower level techs and all that shit. Here, go do this. This is what's wrong. This doesn't work when you're in management area and you got somebody who already thinks they know that it's not their problem, and I know for a fact it is their problem. I just have to nicely explain to them how it's their problem without being a dick.
Well, the fact that his or her or their connection to computer, their phone rang. Ergo, they're on call for something, they're duty bound to it. There shouldn't be any issue of, well, what do you mean there's an issue? It should be just a case of like, all right, okay, we need to sort this then. Even from them, shouldn't be that.
Yeah, I would get into specifics, but I just never know who's listening.
Yeah, I know the demographics of blue to white collar, bro. I know what it's like. It's a nightmare, eh? And then when you get to pink collar, oh my God. Dear Lord, help me every time. Yeah, people with financial control can be a funny thing when it relates to the workplace and working practices and how they feel that it's in regard to them. I'm quite sure if you look up the dictionary, the word aloof would be written right beside their name in it.
Our project became so important, they made 200 and some projects close down. They had to finish their project this year. And there's only going to be 12 next year, and 10 of them are ours. All the money goes to us. That's how important this is.
So the way it goes, it's just that's that level though, where they've got the ability to do that. And sometimes, really sadly, this is where, yes, jobs are lost. Because if an industry shuts down or moves half its focus and its resources onto different areas, different projects, yeah, people can be out of the loop or suddenly not required for a while.
Yeah, that's the one good thing is, well, I don't really want to say too much about it. Anyway, no, we just move people around. And if they don't like it, they can quit.
If you're comfy at moving people around and it's, it's afforded for them, all the better. So yeah, if they don't
they knew that when they signed their paperwork to join the company.
That's what I was going to say. It was probably in the deal, and that's the whole idea. It's what you sign up for, and that's why all these different coloured collars can all remember the one thing, that they're all signed up for the deal.
Like, I can't be moved around. I am one of the people who ends up moving people around. I don't have a place. I can work from my house all day long if I want to. I'll just get too distracted, so I go into one of my offices. But yeah, so I got to deal with it. So does everybody else. So that's just the way it is in our place, especially when you get near the positions we are. Can't have all the team meetings in the world, but sometimes you got to have them there in person.
Yeah, I know what you mean, mate. Sadly, the skills of a logisticist, the physicality of it, and seeing beyond, the ability to see beyond people and identify the problem and sort it out. You're hampered by the fact that people don't get it in a lot of ways, and you have to go and sort it in and explain it and make them comfortable with it. When in actual fact, you just can't be bothered with all of that. You just want to make sure everything runs right and better. Get yourself a dog collar, Radwin.
What?
A dog collar. Like the Catholic priests wear. Get yourself one of those when you go to talk to people.
Wow.
They might not attack you.
Oh, they don't. Nobody attack. Everybody has to be nice where I work. That's the problem that I have. I don't. I took an office that I have my own, like many people share offices with other people, or it's just one gigantic open office with like half cubicles everywhere, which is fine too. I don't care where I sit. Anyway, the building which is only 3 miles from my house, our newest one, I found an office as size of my master bedroom, and I'm like, yeah, I'm going to use this one, and they're like, go ahead, nobody's using it. I put my name on the outside of it. I shut the door, and that's where I go all day long. Nobody bothers me. They have no reason to talk to me. They don't know why I'm there. They know why I'm there, but I can't answer any questions for them yet. It's a crazy situation. They'll ask me questions about other buildings, and I can answer their questions. What about our building? Oh, I don't know. Even though I know for a fact the dates that everything is happening, we're still not allowed to tell them. That's crazy shit. And they know why I'm there.
It is crazy, dude, but it's for good reason. There's a logistical process to the implementation of change. And it's fairness and contract across all the workforce. You can't just say to somebody, well, yeah, move your desk next week or something like that because such and such has happened. You just can't do that. That's breach of contract between you and the company as well. So, yeah. Not easy, bro. Not easy being squeezy.
I just love the fact it's a new building. It's only half full. 5 network cabinets, which are about a quarter full each. Oh, it's beautiful. I don't have any issues with anything. All the drops are new. Everything's labeled. Everything works so far. Just have a few things that I have to now I have to get it ready to be digitized before we make things automatically move around. But we need to put our backbone in there working first, which is basically what I'm working on. I've been working on for about 3 months since I showed up there, and I don't know what to tell these guys. They're like, so yeah, because it's in my title, so they know. All they have to do is look my name up. It says what I do.
Yeah.
It shows what projects I'm on. So I just don't even. I don't really tell them anything. Just say, this is close to my house. I like sitting here. Especially if I don't have to be in in-person meetings, I'll just sit over at your building. They're like, that's cool. But no, I strategically picked a spot where I can see out over the floor.
That's the aim of the game, dude. You're just facilitating your own resources so you're not stressed in any way, shape or form, yeah. If that's where you're comfy, then that's where you're comfy. If you were comfier with a smaller office in a back corner somewhere, yeah, you would be. But like your mindset, I don't know. It sounds like you like to be able to see to the periphery of things so that your mind can rest at what's where it is, and and then
I gotta be able to shut the door, not use headphones, have a meeting, and be on Teams and not use headphones and walk around and draw on my whiteboard.
Absolutely. Space to be not stressed as well.
And also smack some Glovers, show them about triangles when you have a break.
I wish I could tell you about the meeting that was today. That was hilarious. Oh, that was funny. I couldn't even say anything. There's like 68 people in this meeting. It was a kickoff meeting for our new project. And one of the leaders, boy, how do I say this? Said something about the moon landing.
A whole lot of tangents involved in that, mate.
He's a believer.
I'm not saying anything else.
You don't need to. I mean, look, everybody out there's got their own paradigm and the place in the scientific ladder of stuff, and throughout industry and commerce. And yeah, of course it's going to come up, But yeah, like I say, mate, when it comes to angles from a plane, yeah, there's a lot of them going on there, or angles from a curve, or tangential claims. Aye, I'll bet you had fun.
I started laughing. My mic was muted, though. It was a pretty big meeting.
Do you know what gets me is all the ums and ahs and, you know, the background affirmation of, you know, or confirmation of belief and standpoint, and that goes on. It's like a bunch of cattle agreeing with themselves sometimes, even though they don't say anything. Yeah. God love them all, mate. What can I say? That's what I've been saying all night as well, Radman. This whole thing about Earth, it's just the current scientific model, paradigm, consensus. You know, it's not accepted belief. It's ever fluent. It's changed. The theories behind gravity are ever fluent and changing constantly. Loads of people we know don't know that. They're not aware of that. They're on something that was thrown out 200 years ago or 100 years ago. It just, people don't understand that heliocentrism, the globe, you know, all of this space stuff, it's a theoretical paradigm. That it's not tangible, it's not measurable, but it's not taught like that anymore. It's, well, the globe model is, or the heliocentric model is, but the influence or the way that the model is put across to them is that it's real. The model affirms itself. Got model, ergo, that's what it is. That's what it is, ergo, got model. You know, it's just pitiful the way it's done.
Radwan has a bunch of FE people in his meetings, so he's just keeping it low.
I stay quiet in most of our meetings. I just rather keep it that way. I just, yep, because I know everything's... Listen, I'm on the conversations where we know what's really going on, so it's just like... Once again today, we allowed to talk about the shit? No, not quite yet. Okay. Will you please tell these places that this is happening before they freak out? Because they already know it's happening, but nobody's telling them. That's what I've been asking them to do. Let the cat out of the bag already.
It's all you can do, with all due respect to them and the field, the industry. Because, you know, as I said, they're just following the model, dude. So it's all due respect to people that yeah, they're being fooled as well. That's what gets to me too. That's kind of why I keep doing this. It's the disrespect to people of, you know, having them believe in all this falseness. They're being disrespected. They're being trolled constantly by, you know, folk that say stuff about flat Earth. That, oh, ha, it's just a disc in space. And more people are like, hang on, it's not just a disc in space. It's things are changing, and people need to learn to be more open and more comfortable with it, even just talking about it.
All right, I guess I gotta go.
Oh, great. I'll put you to sleep as well.
Later, Radwan. Take care. Have a good day.
Yeah. Bye.
Catch you later, bro. Bloody hell, Jamesy, you and me, mate. And a bot and somebody called Zed, who's obviously sleeping. Zed.
So good.
Well, of course, the internet. Hello, internet. Hello, YouTube. Hello, people from the future that haven't heard this yet, that's going to hear it all in a rerun.
Some people gotta keep the guard up, and that's it. Eventually, the other ones will be around and will pass the torch.
Yes, sir. 'Tis the way. 'Tis the way of the cult of flat earth. Aye, mate. It's an interesting place when you get into the wee small hours, Jamesy, and you know people just sort of appear out of the mist. It's quite cool. I like that. I've always liked that. When it goes quiet, who's about? Who's willing to speak up?
You know, I like when depending on the topic, I have my preferences of people kind of replying to the questions. I mostly keep quiet, but sometimes I do want to grab the mic for a little bit. And yeah, everybody's doing their part, and it's a fun thing to do whenever I have time. The whole weekend, that's probably 4 days I didn't have much time to join and speak, but now today and tomorrow I do have time, so that's why I joined.
It's always worth hanging about or listening in if you can. Sometimes you can't join, sometimes all you can do is listen in or remember a name and get back in touch with people. But yeah, it's a nice thing to be able to interact as and when you can, or how you feel you want to. You know, I joked about a cult, and it's anything but. We're completely free to do whatever we want. We've got moderator powers to move people around and help flow the conversation. You know, we've been given these skills and abilities to converse with people on the internet. I feel really gifted for, what we've got.